All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly will I establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the four continents, and the sun and the moon. As a Buddha field, I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. To the lamas who possess the three kayas, I offer the outer, inner, and secret offerings. With my body, wealth, and all that is visible, please grant me the supreme realization, enlightenment.
Om Guru Devandra Generenamendra Padizazova Sansarvadan Chuje Shakvadan Yisayaran Gegen Sovaye Gewa Junze Dake Jezaba Tunje Zoga Sanjo Zengo.
Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate.
O Semje Namje Sambada Lo Yu Zenra Jedarva Teja Dhamma Tebaye
Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination, according to the dispositions and likewise the mental capacities of sentient beings.
La badala rab de shembe zamba yong tin jen gindu la ya san za lo to jin ja de la na na ma ba me la ja ga mo pambo to ba ja wan ro ma ka ju la ma na wa de wa chi je jo ba wan de to so ba jo ga ngo wan ra sim jo ga ngo son to de ba so be la me ja la so wa de so son to ga de la chu jin chi nya so me ba jo wa ji la Simji Donda Jada Dan Jina Tamba Chujana Tata So Then Churo number 3 Risiati Foga de Dzochen Kachide Ya Yore the Kangi Tini Tokachim with Chapchi with the Nima Chip Chibori the Nitavere the Tap Mangla Kalambe Vati the Nitana Sakchi, Dzochen, Loragato, there's something that's 13 the Pandatini, Tatoga from the Ranga Sen with Nero, Jimba, getting a pub yore, the subject on the decade, and Kami Katam, Tontam with Dembati, but with Demba, Nina Madi, subject I on your Maritinani, Tontam with Demba, and Tato and Drevachipari, the Namsa in the tablet. Sakchi, Dzochen, Womasan, Lorek, London Baki, Tanki, Womatawat in a pub, Tatomera. The Yamins and how would you part the Sakchi, Dzochen, and Mani, the Dzochen, the Chibatum, Manibakan already. The Damson in the tablet in the Tato and Driver, Jiggy and a young Negot Yamlin, Lander Bacapsa. Nita Tapmambo Yoripina, Tata Yang Suri, Tata Trichuda Toganis on Yore, Trichuda Kangedina, the Lelogin Baby the Trawala Trichuso. Kangedina, Yang Nature and Beprochim Matani, the Pachimbo. They bottom dinner, they like to choose. Then through the Jimbe, yes, to what the Kashipi, Zuman drama, the state of Galliori, instead of the Togarson, it's Togar the Tokachi Chetu, the Mangori, the Tebra Mangori, Tamihago, or Tatoka Driver, Seminero, the Garangé, and his driver, Dickinson was in Tatokan Driver. Many of marriage, the men done a manga team, Alexin, we were not sucking, not docking, 개파서는 나고 많이 속대로 자연거리 다속네 따와 코너더니 맹당 치마도 잡아서 그 차대를 해서
So, Dhamma friends, now this year in Seattle in the program, there are teachings on Dzogchen, and the Dzogchen and then in general the Nyingma tradition are really widely spread, well known, and in general it is said that this system provides or is very rich in methods and requires the least difficulty. So there are basically three different methods to resolve the nature of the mind, and these are called Mahamudra, Dzogchen, and Madhyamaka, or the middle way. So they all lead to the ultimate result, the ultimate truth, which is the natural state, the nature of the mind, as it is. And also these teachings belong to, of course, the Buddhist teachings. The Buddhist teachings comprise the relative and the ultimate truth. So that there's no teaching that does not fit into those two truths. The ultimate result is the same, and sometimes there is a slight difference when it comes to the various methods of practice. So we have the teachings on Mahamudra, on Dzogchen, and Madhyamaka. The teachings on the Madhyamaka, or the middle way, resolve the nature of the mind, or explain the nature of the mind based on logical reasoning and relying on the scriptures. And by doing that, by following this system, one becomes free of doubts. And then, according to the practice blessing lineage, one practices Mahamudra or Dzogchen. And so now what is unique in the Dzogchen practice? The ultimate result of all practices is the same, but temporarily on the path, in the Dzogchen path, the Dzogchen path provides many different methods of practice. But in brief, there are basically two sections of Dzogchen practice, and they are called Chekchö, or cutting through, and Togal, like crossing over. And it is said that Chekchö, or cutting through practice, is meant especially for those practitioners who are a little bit lazy and who can't make a great effort in the practice, so they more have a bit of an attachment to distractions and negative actions. And then there's some practitioners who are actually very diligent. They like to make a great effort there. They really strive in the practice. And for them, the Togal, or crossing over, or direct crossing, the Togal is more suitable. So that is the special quality of the Dzogchen teachings in general. And there are many books on that out there. You might be familiar with those scriptures on Dzogchen. And so the ultimate result again is the same, and that is ultimately we realize the nature of the mind. And Chikden Sumgön also had said that on the level of the ultimate fruition, which is the nature of mind, actually can't be given a name. Once we label it, give it a name, we already have become attached. We cling to certain characteristics of something. For example, you say, I am a practitioner of Mahamudra, or I am a Dzogchen practitioner, or I practice the Madhyamaka, and so on. So the ultimate, the actual view, the true nature of the mind is beyond any kinds of names and labels.
드니 다다다지만난지 드니 tere Dzogchen 드니 Dzogchen 축을 니 다다 디 그것도 좀 공함데 드니 소속이야 좀 강난인데 양대양도 로 주 통통는 되는 족진 거로 자창이 요래 생고 내로 거로 봐라 되니 때라 되는데 대비 보자 인점을 줄 인터뷰인데 나가서 될 대비 톱을 되는데 대비 저도 로야 오늘들이 좀 저些잡들 양대양도 태소로 이말 저도 로나 들이 쳐왔지 이 양대양도 소소라 라고 과지에 듣고 요래 소소한테 하던 편의성 대회는 다 리나 냠이 탐치 소복감이 이제 람제바 선선 이제 되나 쉽지 탐지 그 대식는 무엇 나와 다 보는 거 타지 있는 줄 대식는 무엇 저 대식는 무엇을 샘대 오늘 샘지 남들 샘이 얘네 사제들한 진에 비해서 독신돼서 그래 람지 똑같이 무엇을 오늘 이들 샘대 오늘 사제가 요래 돈도 속차 속인 좀 가려나 좀 매번 샘대 오늘 샘대가랑들이 사제가 요래 맨 샘코랑 사제래 오늘 다다 사제 많이 받더라도 상제가 탑대 그래 람지 되나 신이 얘네 사제지 람지 람지 조빠는 오 혼대 그 참지 고아는 로아르도 들이 냐데는 답아 사제 것은 그 생각 냐도 냐더니 이게 말이야 수탐지도 디는 마저 직장을 말했지 참이를 못 주겠어 우리 두고서 안 됐나 주탐지 세부들은 마저가 직장요 말이 대한민국 생 마저가 직장요 말이지 대외로 조과는 홀대게 주탐지 라시 찍어놓은 형제 조들이 대외 조과지 최고들의 대시설들이 람탐지에는 탈 톡과더니 사제적 공방 고화를 타트가 람체모 대인은 람지요 말이지 조과 체모성 조과체 천들 대서 그러네 때랑 가만 못해요래. 내가 족신시 받을 때, 내 뒤는 이따다 쇼한테라, 네 상태를 그런 고등학교 때만 금상 공부 상탈수 뭐래. 네를 고지치 뭐래. 그것도 보시 받을 공부 상탈을 했어. 그것도 보시 가르쳐 남을 했다. 오늘 대거서 뭐 거든 타냐 독지 어디 롱거래지 죽어서 롱거 성적에 진짜들 받아 사용료래지 옛날 군대상 보시 받아 남카는 저 도매가지고 가진네들 저 말이 따다란 그 셈을 쳤대나 오 랑셈들 가지고 되나 랑셈 나오는 거 도도 차지 동네 공부했더니 리즈답고 장 말이지 리즈까지 말이지 근데 때렸더니 나도 서웠으면 하정만 보동에 요리지 생파는 내lok들 나도 직접 잘 셈들이 때리 갑들이 때리면 셈들이 가사가 찹대 나갈때 찹대 요리지 그것도 셈대시는 것도 남캐가 찹대 오 죽고 것도 공부상 탈기받아 그래서 도도치를 요 말이지. 가령 속으로 말 띵용권을 잡대요 그랬지. 남기까지 잡고도 잡대요 그랬지. 공부 상탈이지 말이야. 그런데 나와서 하고리 며칠이나 니는 대내 앞에나 람지가 셈대 나를 잡대 반하지. 내가 삼바 세미를 되는지 잡고 요래. 잡대 반하지 차용고 요래. 웅태를 공부상 탈취받에 선적이 잡대요 그랬지. 나도 너도 주래야지.
So then these teachings on Dzochen that we are going to talk about is the aspiration prayer of Samantha Bhadra. And so it says in the very end, actually, regarding its origin. So it is something, first of all, that as you keep reading it again and again, a special feeling arises. So the deeper you go into it, the greater the experience will be. So although it is concise, when you read it and then look at your mind, you can really gain an experience. And so this book has benefited me greatly in my practice, and now it has been translated into Chinese, English, and Tibetan. We have this little booklet, and wherever I go in this world, I am distributing that. Most disciples have that book and always read it. So once you have received an instruction on this book, it is also important to read that book again and again. So personally in the past, I've always read this book over and over again, and personally really found that a very special feeling, an experience arises in the mind. It has benefited me greatly. And so all of the practices that we engage in have a basis, a path, and a result. And the basis is the Buddha nature that all sentient beings possess. And Gampopa said in the jewel ornament of liberation, the cause is Buddha nature, and that is the mind. So every being that has a mind, that mind is primordially the Buddha by nature. And that is how it is taught according to the Dzochen tradition. So Dzochen means the great completion or the great perfection. So it is naturally a natural great perfection or completion. So all beings have a mind, whether it's a human being, an animal, or a being with a body or without a body. And that mind itself is the cause of Buddhahood. Actually, the mind itself is the Buddha. It is just now we have not realized that. And therefore we rely on methods to attain the state of enlightenment, of Buddhahood. But actually in Dzogchen, it is said the nature of all beings primordially is the Buddha. That is their nature. So that is this natural great completion, the term natural. And then the term Dzogchen, Dzog, so it could mean complete or perfected. Complete when you think about all phenomena of samsara and nirvana. In samsara we have the 6 realms. And in nirvana, we have the countless pure lands of the Buddha's 3 kayas. And all of these phenomena have a single basis. There is nothing that is not complete within it. Everything is encompassed by it, by this basis. In a supplication, an Achut supplication by Changme Rinpoche, it says, there is not a single phenomenon that is not complete within one's mind. Everything is pervaded by one's own mind. And so in Dzogchen it is said, everything fits, all phenomena of samsara and nirvana fit or are encompassed by one's own mind. So that is the term Dzog, or complete, the completion. And Chen means great, and that is because once you understand this is the ultimate path. It is the path to liberation from samsara. It is the great path to liberation. There is no higher path to liberation than this. So this is how we can explain this term Dzogchen. And so I have received some instructions on it myself, in particular on this text. And so this text now comes from the Northern Treasures and the Dzogchen Tantra, which is referred to as revealing Samantabhadra's mind of unimpeded openness. Dharma revealed by the Vidyadhara Rinzin Gudem. So the name itself actually is very meaningful. So Samantabhadra's mind, revealing Samantabhadra's mind of unimpeded openness, or the Gompa Sangtar. So this unimpeded openness really refers to the space-like nature of the mind. So if we say that Samantabhadra is like space, then you still might wonder, what about the form? There's also an image of Samantabhadra. That image of Samantabhadra is Samantabhadra's Sambhogakaya form. And the Dhammakaya and Sambhogakaya are inseparable and are complete within one's own mind, the mind of all sentient beings. And also space-like, because space is ever unchanging. Samantabhadra's mind is ever unchanging. And that is your own mind. But currently, what arises in our mind, there is a concept of I, of me, an existing solid individual, this body, which is a heap of suffering, really. We identify with this body and we think that this is me. And then due to this belief in being a separate individual, we develop an endless chain of thoughts in our mind that lead to a lot of suffering. So when you rest within the natural state of the mind, where there is no thought whatsoever, then the experience that you gain is space-like. Then you experience your mind as being everywhere, as being all-pervasive like space. And that is Samantabhadra's mind, all-pervasive like space. That is Samantabhadra Dharmakaya. So this mind of unimpeded openness, or the Gompa Sangtal, means that it is not a solid individual, a separate individual. This unimpeded openness means it pervades, the mind pervades everything animate and inanimate, all beings and the entire world. So those of you who are somewhat familiar with the view might be able to just at times remain within that state, and then you just have this natural experience of all pervasiveness. So to experience that, actually, first we need to develop immeasurable love. And when that arises, then the experience really is as though the mind is all pervasive. So that is what is meant with this mind of unimpeded openness. It is all pervasiveness. And that is unlike our mind, a sentient being's mind, which is this solidified block, this entity or separate individual.
야병 성적을 인내 갖다 왕급이야. 상하 탑적을 얻고 발라들이 왕스마다 야가들이 대통령이 신고를 될지 내 값선데 값라티니 갖다 념적을 내 값다 인톡을 내 값라 이제 토를 내병 거지 예고 두지 발라 념적을 내 값을 다른 걸 쓰니 뭐고 그거래 대 사이드 값 레이서를 예비면 레이스 나는 셈 사동게 셈 내룩되네 사동데 루메나게 셈문에 되더니 사브람지 동바람지 사바 사동네 말하더니 루메 실을 감정을 루메에서 괜히 다다 인속에 내가다 형적에 내가데 디 대통령 신고 투소나 이 첩하고 내가들이 주가 상기에 두고요. 땅옷이 될 공소나 이제 세상상 섬제 인들한테 세컨드도 사용을 도가고나 이것을 먼저 답을 맡아 주고 사용을 해서 그래서 뭐 콩나물 통구요에 자통도 그 ramjinge di tung 강에 semjinge 던지 발라 에 사바 yapla tongba yung sa tongga ramjin sem sa tongde de sonde jogla de 남이양 꾼드 잡고들 호텔 매봐 등이 매봐 내가 최고시 받아야 사제 관방라 남카라 계셨다 호텔 매봐 낭샘 초월하다 공부하다 또서나 나시게 괴탐지 좀 왔다 하고니 이거 잡고는 세송 그리도 다 답이 그래서 너나 나시 좀 하고서더니 초밥동 내가 소금 매봐 그거 내가 침보서 꾼드 정보 가지 있는 정보였지 차 항상 좀 배양 내 바들 돈을 들으면 좀 봐요 또 다요
And then in the beginning of the little book, there's an image of Samantha Bhadra together with consort. And so when we see an image like that, there might be some practitioners, especially from different vehicles, that might have all kinds of doubts about that. And so there's no need to have any doubts about that, because what this image shows has an outer, inner, and a secret aspect. So the outer aspect of it is what we see, this image of the Samantha Bhadra with consort in union. Yesterday during the empowerment, we also mentioned that we are introduced to the meaning of Vajrayana by means of various methods, skillful means. Especially during the third and the fourth empowerment, we are introduced to the wisdom of empty bliss. And we also mentioned that there are 3 instances when we come to the natural state of the mind. For example, when we engage in sexual union, or we pass into the deep sleep state. At those times, we come to the actual basis of the mind. And we are introduced to the basis of mind by means of utilizing those 3 instances. For example, in the context of channels, winds, and drops practices, we are introduced to the basis of mind through the skillful means of sexual union, which is represented by the image of Samantha Bhadra with consort, for example. So that's the outer aspect. Then the inner aspect is what it really refers to is this union, is one's own mind that is clear and empty, like a lamp flame, a fire flame. The true nature of your mind is clear, and the nature of that clarity is empty. And the nature of emptiness is clarity. The nature of your mind is a clear, self-arisen awareness, like a fire flame. And so in the context of the deep sleep or sexual union, we are introduced to the wisdom of empty bliss. And if we recognize this awareness through these skillful means, then later, after we have died, when we come to the third instance, which is death and transference, then we might recognize the Dharmakaya. So if you now recognize the basis of mind and then habituate to it, then also after death, when consciousness transfers, you attain enlightenment in the Dharmakaya. And so then in the Togal practices, it is also mentioned that then various visionary appearances manifest before one. And actually, my own root gurus also have mentioned that forms of the deity like Samantha Bhadra and so forth actually appears to them. And what really appears to them is the natural state of their own mind. So when we see this union again of Yap and Yum, or male and female, they represent the nature of that mind. The clarity aspect is represented by the Yap, the male, and the emptiness aspect by the Yum, or the female. So the nature of mind is clear and empty, and that is represented by Samantabhadra. He represents the nature of mind that is ever unchanging, great bliss that is beyond all suffering, like space. Space is never born and it never dies. It always remains as it is, unchanging. So when you realize that, the nature of your mind, you understand that all phenomena of appearance and existence, everything that appears and exists, appears like an illusion to you. When you really understand the meaning taught in the Samantabhadra prayer, there is then no more clinging fixation to whatever arises. Everything is seen as an illusory play, and you continue to dwell within a state of great bliss, which is the mind of Samantabhadra, Dharmakaya Samantabhadra. Samantabhadra in Tibetan means Gunsang, and what that means is ever excellent, always good, ever unchanging. And so that is what is represented by that image. So this image in the beginning of the book actually encompasses all three aspects of Samantabhadra, the outer, inner, and the secret.
Then, this Rawang may be one cheaper in the song sauce. Some Java Rawang may pass on get on Chimbori. Other Kajan by it, none by mates, or Coda. Now was Sangia was a Sangia go mate. You know, same the only son, Yata Majana, Michema, Mother. Dazi the song, my son, Chepari, Mother, Chepe. Same the summer only, same Kurang Sajiga, Dazi the Tatar around, you said the Saji Chadi. That Unchiba subject to tongue Sajiga Chayang or Della Sanjay Maduna, Saji Jatamari Yores, it's about so awesome.
And then the text begins with, on page 24 in the English, Chitta Chitta refers to the heart. And so what is the heart here? It is the mind. And so that mind is, when you look at this mind, you see that actually there is no I that exists, but the mind is like space. So that is Chitta A. And then this extraordinary aspiration through which samsaric sentient beings cannot resist awakening was spoken by the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra. So here, cannot resist awakening, that is very meaningful. There are some people who say, I'm a Buddhist, and some say I'm not a Buddhist, or like attaining enlightenment is something for Buddhists, but I'm not interested in that, and so on. But actually, now whether or not one attains enlightenment depends on one's practice, but everyone has the cause for enlightenment because they have a mind. Everyone has a mind, and that mind is by nature actually the Buddha. Once one separates from self-grasping, the natural state of the mind is the Buddha, whether one calls oneself a Buddhist or not. And if you understand only this, you really have understood what a Buddha is actually. And so even though one might not even want to attain enlightenment, one still just naturally has the cause for enlightenment.
돈을 사지 건데도 뭐 장사로 시바데 다 선대식 뭐 고랑 인지가 좀 쇼 만용 선상과 뒤라기네 될 것도 잡고 차요래 다른 거 소다다 선 사지 저 요장 동네그랑 게다 따위나 오 대답을 동네들 따라 선대 소소라 요래 대답을 상지들들이 랑게 당어대 받기는 사대 당어대 봐 삼점에 잡아래 제들이 용디나 작차가지 당어대 봐래
Like this, hopefully. So then, so it says, homage to the primordial Buddha, Samantabhadra. This primordial Buddha is actually your own Buddha nature. That is primordially free of all dualistic grasping or perception. It naturally is the Buddha. And now, even though that is our true nature, we do experience suffering. So here we understand that whenever I separate from that, whenever I separate from self-grasping, from suffering, then what remains is that mind. I have that mind. That's the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra. That is my mind. So that is what we are paying homage to or prostrating to. You're prostrating with faith that is a clear faith that knows the inconceivable qualities of this primordial Buddha.
나신 건데 탐치 예적 남인제니 있어 낭시 내가 나와서 봐다 통만 고아리 무슨 로아를 무슨 통장 통지발이 네 탐치 예적에 사지 신진이 좀 찍으래 변 사자지 뭐 어떻게 로직 저도 로로 빼줘고요 로 되게 뭐 노바다게 뒤쪽 자연서 거래 야 피면 소디 로 피면 갈 빼지 땅매야 로가 되게들이 배도 땅으로 서서라 레메들이 로 그런 거 오리들이 배도가 로요 말 빼세다왜 sem 그런 거안 오리들이 사서 남 갔다 와 다다들이 로요 말이 대회들이 다다 이 당 고와서 당데 되나 다 셈을 따고 다지 들들 인지 들들 차장 똑같이 들들 무고는 치면 되리 들들 다이얼 알아니 소리만 하는 소마다 만두고 소리 당와 당대고 소리 쳐봐 다지 들들이 땅에도 대백질 들이 도차가 또봐 장비봐 들세당 또봐 장비봐 차 대니 모든 걸 리를 나가지네 들이 뒤에 매용 가는 들이 차로나지 차로나지 차송 변에 용보라서 그 차송 그 착각도 상고도 당 코가 차로까지 차도 돼 뒤로 싸움도 걸 코아들랑 세나 다 참을 진짜 들이 용모지 용모를 하죠 로아도 아 샬도 다다 마미를 가라 이거 뭐 쪽대게 동에 가서 레 가서 대서 못하나 이때 다 쪽들이 용모가 강 속체를 시당 나서 잡아 선언하서 이다 용모가 쪽대 걸어 싸움을 대서 못하나 오 대기도 없이 들이야 다고 사지에 생산 못하나 오 라니 소리만 나서 성단이 네 로고상지 인민 생명 정치 다 지지가 로리탄 코와 접성지 다리 차당이야지 인민을 로리탄 상지 접성지 샘이 이제적을 남니 되었어. 나중에 고대도 이제적도 샘적이 막 하고를 뒤들 고야고 참 샘과는 것들이 용용된 용띠 담체도 되면 좀 담체도 잡아내 하고 이제적 와도 하고 따와 하고 요래 sakchi dzogchen kari xie na semdi jechi res yang da sarmo tani li ne mi mangbo yore di mi chama di semte gi bachi tao kaza pinsu ni semte gi bachi semdi jet dele dele semte kang me ba su kin song mi tang di sem si ba di chiri se mune chiri se ha ko la tari o lo de ta ta la lo de chik ba to ma do te ha ko na dele dele 따와는 모든 총 요래 맨날 잡는 초 축시 망보 요네야 잡지 쳤을 같은 눈물을 하네 야 독도도 추시와 찍지 나가만 말이 맞어 저게 추시면 어쩌고래 되는 조각 가는 거 이렇게 되잖아 대학 다쪽 답지 돈이 이런다 뭐래 들이 살로도 이제 저게 고야고 차고를 했다 뭐서 봐라
So it says home, everything, appearance and existence, samsara and nirvana, has a single ground, yet two paths and two fruitions. So samsara and nirvana, everything that appears and exists. Samsara consists of the 6 realms of samsara that we all experience now. And then there is nirvana, the state of enlightenment. And all of that, everything has a single basis, a single ground. Buddhas and sentient beings have a single ground. When we are introduced to Mahamudra, we speak about one taste. Or we always mention that example of light, like electricity or light. Light can be used for many different things. It can be used for beneficial things and also harmful things. For example, you can use this energy to create a nuclear bomb that creates a lot of harm. And then you can also use it to power beneficial things. So how you use light, this energy depends on yourself. But from the side of the light itself, the light has no intention of causing harm or benefit at all. And so the nature of the mind is just like that. It is just like light. And so that is clear and empty, the clear and empty nature of the mind that abides like space. So samsara begins first of all with this concept, this notion of I, as a me. So a consciousness that believes that is me. And then from that develops the perception of other. And then we develop many thoughts of attachment and aversion and many beliefs in the true existence of the way things appear to us. And then we label them with various concepts. We say this is this and this is that and so on. That's an enemy, that's a friend, and so on. This is also explained in the 37 Bodhisattva practices. So we develop an aversion against what we don't like and an attachment towards our objects of desire. So we develop a chain of thoughts of attachment and aversion and ignorance, the 3 poisons. And acting out on them continuously, we accumulate karma, which ultimately leads to the ripening of karma. And this cycle is what causes our mind to freeze and stay in the frozen ice block-like state. And everything that we experience and perceive is the natural projection of our own mind, our own afflictive emotions. So this is how we should reflect on the nature of samsara when we read this section here. Here we should recognize our afflictive emotions, and then remember that the 6 realms of samsara are the natural manifestations of the 6 afflictive emotions. So for as long as the mind is in an unripe state, we follow the 6 afflictions, we accumulate karma. That leads to karmic ripening. So when you read this, remember this, reflect on the nature of those afflictive emotions. For example, the hell realms are the projection, the natural manifestation of hatred. Or the hungry spirit realms are the natural manifestation of greed or stinginess. So reflect on this when you read this section. And then also nirvana, reflect on the nature of the Pure Lands and the state of enlightenment. In the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says, all suffering without exception comes from wishing for one's own happiness. So self-clinging leads to samsara. We create samsara in this way. And then we develop many other thoughts of attachment and aversion that then perpetuate samsara. And then it says, the perfect Buddhas arise from the altruistic mind. So the altruistic mind is what creates Buddhahood. So then here it says, it all has a single ground, yet 2 paths and 2 fruitions. So this single ground, that needs to be understood really well. That is the basis of our mind. And that basis of mind possesses all enlightened qualities and is free of all faults. It is completely undefiled. So when you understand this single ground, you have understood the actual view. And so whatever you practice, whether it is Mahamudra or Dzochen, we always speak about this single basis or ground of mind. So reflect on this again and again. For example, when you look around here in this room, it is filled with many people. So even though there seems to be a great diversity, there still is just one mind. The basis of our mind is exactly the same. And then there is countless sentient beings just like that. So think that all of these beings have a mind, and all of our mind is exactly the same. So that is the important point to understand here. And then reflect on the nature of light in this world. And think that there is really only one light that powers everything in this world. If you understand this, you're really starting to understand the actual view. Or for example, water is also another example. There's only one water in this world, even though it manifests in different ways. But the water contained in the vast oceans and a single drop of water that you pick up with your finger is exactly the same. It's the same water. It has the same essence. There's no difference at all. So you can apply this actually to all the 5 elements. And ultimately, their nature is emptiness. That is always the same. So in order to realize the view, we must have a clear understanding on this single basis, this ground.
Sayang rekta marik chonchurles, rekta marik chonchurles, rek jina, patsul gondo ranka segun neluk dela, nimeba, daji nimeba, hakoso reksuna, tili ye tili, tan korde yinga tili, ye zonkui te barapa. Di tata zijawa dimandi di jimatavres, zonkui rek marik, ranka neluk, rāngō chirek marāk, nēruk tira rāngi sēngi nēruk dārā tēne, sēngi nēruk kārī, o sēngi tata nāpsi, mātōpa kari nāpsi tēri, lāli kā kārī chīka, nāpsi tēngi ora tākshi tāna, nāpsi tēri sārtōng dāng kātā wēla, nīme wā, hāko tōng tārek tsōng, o, tēri mārek nā tēri ngārī sī chūri, tēri dājī nīdī yīngurī, tēri dājī nīdī tēri kōwā tō rek tā mārek chōngchūri tēri, kōtā sāmbui mōrām jī, tēri konta sāmbui, 모람 되는데 사제 탐제가 되면서 모람 뒤지는 작가를 심지 탐제라 그래서 이제 사제 탐제가 내려다가 춘이 돼봐래 나다다 무슨 다그 삼부터 대비식부터 추지 이제 또 추지 이제 또 시바제다 또 순간에 쪼되더니 다다다 심지 탐제를 감 대식 용어도 요래 뒤또 되게 대우는 내가 로르더니 니디는 차롬 잡아서 차송 차롬 때도 말했어 오뒤 차롬이 ramji choye ba de chuke to so sipji tamje kan de sik ni boyo be sang ja ba rang me ba de ba de le tong ko chi mo yo le o de le kwando sa mo lam yes 다 tamje chen po rang de mo ba zo de chang ja sho chuke yo po rang chi ba kang ri ni ji me ba tong che da de long shen kang ri chuko da long ko song zhe ge 그것도 생각 장미가 열에 생각 탐지 답고 생각 탐지 니디 다 송아들 답고 생각이 대단 그까 차렸다 생각들 차별해 이렇게 배서 정보랑 시바지 답을 해
Then it says, and magically displays as awareness or unawareness. So awareness is that now when you meditate and look at the nature of your mind, and you see that there is no division, there's no separation between yourself and other. Self and other are inseparable. When you know that, you're aware of that, what you see is that ground, that basis of samsara and nirvana. It is this awareness, this pristine awareness, Rigpa. And what is created by this awareness is samsara and nirvana. And whatever is created is like an illusion, appearing like an illusion. So when you meditate here, you look at the nature of your mind, and what do you see? For as long as we have not realized the nature of the mind, we call that mind the consciousness. The consciousness engages in various activities. But when you look at that consciousness, instead of projecting outward, looking at that consciousness directly, you see that it is a clear, empty, space-like nature that is inseparable from all pervasive. So now I have understood that. That is awareness. I've seen it. And when there is unawareness, then there is a dualistic perception. There is a me and there is other. That is samsara. So then the prayer continues, through Gundu Sangbo's prayer, may all beings become Buddhas, completely perfected in the abode of the Dharma Dhatu. So this is the prayer of the Buddha. This is the prayer of all the Buddhas of the 3 times for sentient beings, to realize that state of Dharmata, the nature of mind. And so we mentioned before, there are 3 powers that lead to the fruition of our aspirations. And the first one is the power of our own intention, our own mind. Then second is the power of all the Buddha's compassion. And third is the power of Dharma Dhatu. And that's the most important one, the power of Dharma Dhatu. And that is referring to the natural state of mind of all sentient beings, that is Buddha nature. Only temporarily beings are obscured by dualistic grasping. So their mind is like an ice. However, ice is not a rock. Ice is actually water. So that's the meaning of the third power, the power of the Dharma Dhatu. And that's also related to what we mentioned before. Sentient beings cannot resist attaining awakening, cannot resist awakening, because that is their true nature. The nature of the mind that is all pervasive. And so then become Buddhas completely perfected in the abode of Dharma Dhatu. So this abode of Dharma Dhatu, or palace, it says literally of Dharma Dhatu, refers to like a palace or like a city, a town where there is no duality. It is like a pure land of the Sambhogakayas. And the Sambhogakayas are one with the Dharmakaya. And there is limitless Sambhogakaya, Dharmakaya, pure lands. So in a pure land, even though they are vast and limitless, there is no dualistic grasping, no dualistic perception of self and other there. The pure lands are all pervasive like space. So here, this abode of Dharma Dhatu, it refers to the pure illusory form.
대 선대적인 보대 상촉 선단 최는 그 상촉을 함저는 바 용딘게 대 대적인 용딘 상체 용수 조네 이건 상자 소송스 타고 생각하는
So may they become Buddhas, completely perfected. So that is when sentient beings, when their Buddha nature encounters bodhicitta, and they develop its qualities by practicing the stages and the paths, and then perfect and complete the qualities of bodhicitta, then they attain enlightenment. They attain enlightenment in the Pure Lands.
단진의 삼형제니 맞다버리 단진 차공다버리 삼형제니 맞다버리 최니 이 잡지쳐서 좀 차고 줘서.
So this is a prayer where we say, may the ice-like self-grasping encounter the warmth of love and compassion, which is like the sun, and thereby may the ice block merge to be one, melt into one with the ocean water.
근데 군지 열는데 마세서 딱 군지의 self 딱지처럼 디바세 고비 주 탐지 디제레 고데게 고가 죽버라만 고데 주 탐지 디제레 이러면 다 버서리 이 종기게 이 지잡어 니디게 지결티 디제레 다 바레스 얘는 종기게 샘 코랑 쳤다나 다 양다양다 딱지는 디마세 봐야지 다지 람종리 람종 롱약 유동을 그다 디바세 봐지로 선호다나 디바세 세베가 다 람카리 남카가 디바세 봐 디카사가 차별해 선남카리도 뭘 말이 니 콜로도 꼬라 잡을 니발 남카면 꼬라 잡고 말고 그리고 손고 쪼치고 탁길이 찹대요 똥만이 가요나 들이 다 무쭈 듣고요 띠요 걸로 잡아 그다 때는 별 신저가 가자 저 세면아 배면 저거 강발 요선 강발이 소리 잡대요 대하고요 봐라 강발이 शेगोर 또 잡고 난 나가요래 강발도 나고 잡는 저게 가는 봐요 말이 뒤에 다지게 잡대요래 어래 샘랑 이거 똥만이 잡대 진짜 다 들어오요 다 들어온 거요 대리들이 찹 맞춰서 써먹는 오 찹록 돼야지.
Then the ground of all is uncompounded. So the ground of all, when you look at this ground of all, your mind, you see that it is uncompounded like space. And all phenomena that appear and exist are compounded. And that means that they are impermanent, subject to change. They appear to a dualistic mind, and whatever appears to this dualistic mind is a compounded phenomenon that is impermanent by nature. And then when you look at the mind that has created all of these appearances, the mind itself is uncompounded, self-arisen. The outer example of it is space. Space pervades everywhere. For example, if I'm when I want to spin my prayer wheel, in order for me to spin it, there has to be space. If there wouldn't be any space, then everything would be matter. If there would be no space, then there would be no space to move anything. So I couldn't spin the prayer wheel. So there is space everywhere, emptiness everywhere. And so that nature pervades everything, animate and inanimate. For example, when we think about the pervasiveness of the mind and how it pervades, if you buy a house, then your mind pervades there immediately. You buy the house, the mind pervades. Self-grasping pervades the house. And then when someone throws a rock through your window, then you feel intense pain. But if you don't own the house, you could care less on what happens to that house. So that shows how mind pervades, self-grasping pervades. And so although the mind by nature, this pervasive mind is actually empty, we still cling to objects as mine. And in this way, we pervade them with self-grasping. So when we think about the pervasiveness of the mind, this is how we should understand it.
람종 롱양들 배치 버리지 가사 갈때 솔바 소리들이 라기 찹대요 유드메 따텔에 유드메 바데 따타자 셈데 오면 따와게 셈데 요 라그래 야 타고래 나카는 차종살에 미미비 되는 데리요 당소 니가 저기 그 참아 내용 생구주고 미케주에 가만 좀 미케주에 저거지 미케주래지 미케 셈면을 속으래 셈면을 속으래 다 생분 남고도 다 생대가 잠못하나 다 남도 못한 잡을 이렇게 잘라 탑게지 미케주제제 생사로 밤에 다 동네에 다 생구속으래 니들 말을 사야지 다 요래 바로 사야 야, 이 세부 싸움도 다 지어로 간 통통고 말이. 셈데 때로 하래야. 셈치 싸움도 못 때로리. 얘는 라종 모양 다 미대로 셈데라고 저거리. 요것도 좀 무슨 사배가. 되지. 요금이 이거 말이 다 거기. 라종 모양 요즘 셈 되라더니 근데 이거 맹매도 어디. 다 세부 내로 또 지나. 다티 매티게 다고 사지가 나선 차지고 그 마도리면 센데 요나야 되니 마도리면 센데 요나야 그냥 피바요 나오 참바다가 담내더니 니모 바가더니 자공하고 차대요래 되더니 셈 마도버 셈들들이 사지 맹다베 조시 내로 통로 말해 셈기 맹다베 조시 셈이 꼭 사지기 사지의 저를 셈을 힘봐 매매더니 심지어 다야요 말이지. 근데 지금 맹매도 어디 우리 센터다 맹매 심지어 다 독용을 사지의 심지는 사지를 하려래. 네 성성 심지사에 셈요리 때 사지의 저요리 대요배 레트 내가 명으로 로버트마티 차로도 저 셈탈도 요리 변해. 대타로 써놓은 단문이 맹다야 맞아. 내가 다 총거리 이거든. 따가 뛰는 파문데 샘 뛰는 파문고 요래.
Then, and the self-arising great expanse. So this great expanse is actually the natural state of the mind, but it naturally is that way, but we just don't recognize it. We don't experience it as such, as a great expanse. So, and this is beyond expression. For example, in the Madhyamaka, the middle way school, it says that the mind cannot said to be existing, nor can it said to be non-existing. You cannot say there is a mind, it's there because it abides like space, it is empty like space. But then you can't say that there is nothing either because the mind engages in all the activities and there's all the appearances of samsara and nirvana. For example, this building or a building, who makes the building? A building is made by a person and specifically a person's mind. If you don't have a mind, then you couldn't make a building. Like something that doesn't have a mind can't create a building. So it's really made by the mind. And all the things in this world, like airplanes and so forth, all the things that we make are actually made by the mind, if you really think about it. Or for example, this prayer wheel that is filled with millions of mantras, it's actually also made by the mind. Someone thought about it, and it is made in this way. But we can't see that thought. So the mind is actually quite incredible when we think about it in this way. So therefore we can't say that it doesn't exist because it creates everything. And then we can't say that it's there because we can't point our finger at it. There's nothing really there. So it's inexpressible. It has neither the name samsara nor nirvana. When you realize the nature of mind, then we say that this is the Buddha, and not realizing the nature of the mind, we say is a sentient being, but actually we cannot even give it that name. We cannot even call it a Buddha or a sentient being or samsara and nirvana. So for as long as we have not realized the nature of the mind, even though we have that mind, that itself is of not so much benefit because we are still tied up by this clinging to I, an individual. So temporarily, due to the afflictive emotions, the mind is in an ice block-like state. So when we have not realized the nature of the mind, we cannot call it a Buddha, for example. But also you cannot really call it a sentient being because its nature really is actually Buddha, and there is nothing else. It's just that mind. There is no other Buddha than that. So basically we can't really give it a name, neither samsara nor nirvana or Buddha or a sentient being. The mind has no name. It can't be called anything. So we can't call it sentient being because we say that all beings really are Buddhas. For example, even sentient beings living in the lower realms, they still possess Buddha nature. Temporarily, due to their karma accumulated by their afflictions, they are defiled and experience suffering in an ice block-like state. But once the ice block melts, their mind again becomes liberated. So you should realize here that I can't call it a name. My mind has no label, no name. So this is how we resolve or understand the actual view or the nature of the mind.
늘 항상 오양 시간에 나타나게 되는 것도 샘들아. 자가 돈을 자가 샘을 소대. 하늘 샘도 가가 공대. 오, 무슨 그 샘타리 있어. 대회를 드리다 사바세비가 고나 샘도 운에 차고 초고요 때렸더니 이제 제거를 라기 참들데 동음에 받대 강 고추요 말이 박차욕제 마도 좀 새들이 참도 양대양도 다 기다 우리 새들 이렇게 속하면서 딱 검사하고 와 사타데 우리 거기서 그때 하고는 새들이 이렇게 속하면서 상 대하고는 비바치 보여요 별로 무슨 좀 하나 저잖아 저거 하나 저기 tiktak 말이나 저게 강박하도 하고 오 좀 하리라고 싸고요 대저리 너희가 나는 답이 나 너희 독자들이 담내들이 자공으로 차 들이 너희 제가 담기 그 담고요 이 세군대로 또 마도들이 대반은 너희 지종 너희 맨날 싸다 주고요 이제 랑롱롱양 되는데 선택이 남았다고 이제 하고나 고들이 노아든지 상로 양도 땅 와 차야요.
And so also this term self-arising, that is very meaningful. So the mind is all-pervasive, and it is unborn. It is naturally always all-pervasive. Whatever you think of, that is where the mind pervades. For example, like a different country and so forth, like India and so on. But so then when you think about it, it's really, when you think about the pervasiveness of your mind, that wherever you direct it, it pervades there naturally, then a very kind of strange feeling arises of the pervasiveness of mind. And the way to experience it really is to cultivate immeasurable love. When immeasurable love arises, then you can gain an actual direct experience of the pervasiveness of your mind. Otherwise, it's more difficult, even though actually the mind always naturally pervades, which is the self-arising great expanse. It naturally always pervades, but we can't understand that. We do not recognize that. We have no experience of that because of our ordinary habitual tendencies and ways of thinking and perceiving. But then sometimes when you meditate, you may gain a glimpse or an experience of this penetrating openness, where all sensation of there being a physical body actually disappears. There is no feeling at all of a body that confines you to a certain location. For example, when I was in prison, and sometimes when I woke up in the morning, having no thought in the mind whatsoever, sometimes I woke up in the morning and I wondered, where am I? And I completely had no sensation of being at a certain location physically, because there was no thought within the mind. And so, also likewise, this is how we create our own suffering. If you really hold on, you cling to this idea of I'm so miserable, I'm in so much pain, and this thinking is what keeps you tied up in this ice block-like state. This is what causes the mind to remain very solidified. It is this miserable, suffering kind of thinking. So the only difference really lies in realizing or not realizing the nature of the mind. And depending on that, we create or become free from suffering. So we really create our own suffering with our thinking, pain, and so forth. But actually, when you understand that the mind is just like space, and self-arising great expanse, then there is also no suffering in the mind. So this is something you first understand, and then based on this understanding, you reflect on that, you experience it over and over again.
호박 성우들 내가 마통들이 차당 네가 청주를 잘 하죠 짐바치 뭐 등이 청청 잡으러 땅 차당이 가르치라 되게 샘들더니 남잡다고 차도리 샘들 쳤다 모이 맞더니 사같이 따나 근데 샘들 라왕 미바라왕 소도요래 내가 무보다 세만 차당 또 받지요 내가 어떻게 문제리 저번에 가지 뭐 동네 그냥 청청 먹었지 제라고 들이 대하고는 나때든지 차당 이제 무보다 세만이 시네 내가 좀 봤다고 그 마지막 탑가리 대서 주고 가리지 내가 동네 저기 좀 맞다 그래 내가 차는 그도 나도 그도 차당이 가지 종래 이때서 로념하고 차용을 또가로 좀 조금 자시나 가래나 조tin 좋지 대다고 차지 서로 참을 말씀진 거를 참데 차당이 좀 맛이 이렇게 차당이 담네 이 나도로 지와랑 앞에나 또 먹고 또 올라서 봤더니 로잡 참고 타야메가 이렇게 저기서 보고 쏘는 코비 점초 루인 코발지 너무 생글 리조트 리제 다 이러고 코코라자 오늘 대오 코아티스 소도 없어 코아티한테 그드메 제동들이나 그래서 주바 연구를 이기도록 과쇼서
Then realizing just this, you are a Buddha. Not realizing this, you are a being wandering in samsara. And then I pray that all you beings of the three realms may realize the true meaning of the inexpressible ground. Realizing just this, you are a Buddha. Not realizing this, you are a being wandering in samsara. Now, what's the benefit of realizing that? That is, then you realize what are the actual seeds that cause birth in samsara, attachment and aversion. For example, normally we are extremely attached to even the slightest experience of pleasure. We surely want even the slightest pleasure. And we have the greatest aversion against even the slightest form of pain. We want to avoid it by all means. And so by developing these thoughts of attachment and aversion, it is like you keep adding earth into water, making it more and more muddy. So the mind becomes more and more unclear and loses all its freedom. You have no more self-control because you believe in the true existence of appearances, and then depending on how you see them, you develop thoughts of attachment and aversion, and then you believe in the truth of your thoughts about those appearances. So you think that this is really how it is, that's how it is. Or you think that I must have that, I really need that. Or I really don't want that. Even the slightest pain, I want to avoid it. I really don't want to have that. So we need to recognize here that what causes all the harm here is our clinging belief in the reality, the truth of our perceptions and how things are. So then what is the method to not cling? You need to practice patience and understand that all suffering is like an illusion, and understand that attachment to things cause harm and aversion also cause a lot of harm. They both are faults that we need to abandon. So once you understand that, your mind will become much more relaxed, in more of a state of equal taste. You will consider your health, your physical health, as important, but in a much more relaxed way. So when you when you read this, I pray that all you beings of the three realms may realize the true meaning of the inexpressible ground. You think that now I will become free of being tied down by these thoughts of attachment and aversion, knowing that if I follow them, I take birth in the 6 realms of samsara. For example, the animal realm manifests as a result of ignorance. And once one takes birth there, actually for many thousands of years, there is no liberation. Jigten Sumgön also said that it is the body that wanders in the ocean of samsara. So first the mind creates the body, and then the body keeps wandering around in samsara. So now you realize this is what creates samsara. This is what is wandering in samsara. So then you pray to realize, I'm sure he prays to realize the true meaning of the inexpressible ground. So when you understand this inexpressible ground, then your mind somewhat relaxes. You recognize this inexpressible ground. You are able to develop some patience and so forth.
다다 미소감니 대대 소소야고 로방편치 대조런지 그도 나도 가지고 로컴도 주시다 아무도 대대 미소가루 야고 로지 대대 미소야.
So you have received this one booklet, and you should read that also on your own, and also ask maybe other disciples about it, discuss it with each other. And so we don't have so much time to cover everything in a short time during teachings, but you should read it again and again on your own, also now in the break time. So now we are taking a break.
Oh, man, oh.
So we will read the prayer of Gunto Sangbo in English on page 24. Or is that on already? Yeah. Homage to the primordial Buddha, Samantabhadra. Home, everything, appearance and existence, samsara and nirvana, has a single ground, yet 2 paths and 2 fruitions, and magically displays as awareness or unawareness. Through Gunto Sangbo's prayer, may all beings become Buddhas, completely perfected in the abode of the Dharma Dhatu. The ground of all is uncompounded, and the self-arising great expanse, beyond expression, has neither the name samsara nor nirvana. Realizing just this, you are a Buddha. Not realizing this, you are a being wandering in samsara. I pray that all you beings of the 3 realms may realize the true meaning of the inexpressible ground. I, Gunto Sangbo, have realized the truth of this ground, free from cause and condition, which is just the self-arising awareness. It is unstained by outer expression and inner thought, affirmation or denial, and is not defiled by the darkness of unmindfulness. Thus, the self-manifesting display is free from defects. I, Gunto Sangbo, abide as intrinsic awareness. Even though the 3 realms were to be destroyed, there is no fear. There is no attachment to the 5 desirable qualities of sense objects. In self-arising consciousness, free of thoughts, there is neither solid form nor the 5 poisons. In the unceasing clarity of awareness, singular in essence, there yet arises the display of the 5 wisdoms. From the ripening of these 5 wisdoms, the 5 original Buddha families emerge, and through the expanse of their wisdom, the 42 peaceful Buddhas appear. Through the arising power of the 5 wisdoms, the 60 wrathful Harukas manifest. Thus, the ground awareness is never mistaken or wrong. I, Gunto Sangbo, am the original Buddha of all, and through this prayer of mine, may all you beings who wander in the 3 realms of samsara realize this self-arising awareness, and may your great wisdom spontaneously increase. My emanations will continuously manifest in billions of unimaginable ways, appearing in forms to help you beings who can be trained. Through my compassionate prayer, may all of you beings who wander in the 3 realms of samsara escape from the 6 life forms. From the beginning, you beings are deluded, because you do not recognize the awareness of the ground. Being thus unmindful of what occurs is delusion, the very state of unawareness and the cause of going astray. From this delusive state comes a sudden fainting away, and then a subtle consciousness of wavering fear. From that wavering there arises a separation of self and the perception of others as enemies. Gradually the tendency of separation strengthens, and from this the circle of samsara begins. Then the emotions of the 5 poisons develop. The actions of these emotions are endless. You beings lack awareness because you are unmindful, and this is the basis of your going astray. Through my prayer, may all you beings recognize your intrinsic awareness. Innate unawareness means unmindfulness and distraction. Imputing unawareness means dualistic thoughts towards self and others. Both kinds of unawareness are the basis for the delusion of all beings. Through Gundu Sangpo's prayer, may all you beings wandering in samsara clear away the dark fog of unmindfulness, clear away the clinging thoughts of duality. May you recognize your own intrinsic awareness. Dualistic thoughts create doubt. From subtle attachment to this dualistic turn of mind, dualistic tendencies become stronger and thicker. Food, wealth, clothes, home, and friends, the 5 objects of the senses, and your beloved family. All these things cause torment by creating longing and desire. These are all worldly delusions. The activities of grasping and clinging are endless. When the fruition of attachment ripens, you are born as a hungry ghost, tormented by coveting and desiring, miserable, starving, and thirsty. Through Gundu Sangpo's prayer, may all you desirous and lustful beings who have attachments neither reject longing desires nor accept attachment to desires. Let your consciousness relax in its own natural state, then your awareness will be able to hold its own. May you achieve the wisdom of perfect discernment. When external objects appear, the subtle consciousness of fear will arise. From this fear, the habit of anger becomes stronger and stronger. Finally, hostility comes, causing violence and murder. When the fruition of this anger ripens, you will suffer in hell by boiling and burning. Through Gundu Sangpo's prayer, you beings of the 6 realms, when strong anger arises for you, neither reject nor accept it. Instead, relax in the natural state and achieve the wisdom of clarity. When your mind becomes full of pride, there will arise thoughts of competition and humiliation. As this pride becomes stronger and stronger, you will experience the suffering of quarrels and abuse. When the fruition of this karma ripens, you will be born in the God realm, experience the suffering of change and falling to lower rebirths. Through Gundu Sangpo's prayer, may you beings who develop pride, let your consciousness relax in the natural state, then your awareness will be able to hold its own. May you achieve the wisdom of equanimity. By increasing the habit of duality, by praising yourself and denigrating others, your competitive mind will lead you to jealousy and fighting, and you will be born in the jealous God realm, where there is much killing and injury. From the result of that killing, you will fall into the hell realm. Through Gundu Sangpo's prayer, when jealousy and competitive thoughts arise, do not grasp them as enemies. Just relax in ease, then consciousness can hold its own natural state. May you achieve the wisdom of unobstructed action. By being distracted, careless, and unmindful, you beings will become dull, foggy, and forgetful. By being unconscious and lazy, you will increase your ignorance, and the fruition of this ignorance will be to wander helplessly in the animal realm. Through Gundu Sangpo's prayer, may you beings who have fallen into the dark pit of ignorance shine the light of mindfulness and thereby achieve wisdom free from thought. All you beings of the 3 realms are actually identical to Buddhas, the ground of all, but your misunderstanding of the ground causes you to go astray, so you act without aim. The 6 karmic actions are a delusion, like a dream. I am the primordial Buddha, here to train the 6 kinds of beings through all my manifestations. Through Kundu Sangpo's prayer, may all you beings, without exception, attain enlightenment in the state of Dharma Dhatu. Aho. Hereafter, whenever a very powerful yogin, with his or her awareness radiant and free from delusion, recites this very powerful prayer, then all who hear it will achieve enlightenment within 3 lifetimes. During a solar or lunar eclipse, during an earthquake, or when the earth rumbles, at the solstices or the new year, you should visualize Kundu Sangpo. And if you pray loudly so all can hear, then beings of the 3 realms will be gradually liberated from suffering through the prayer of the yogin and will finally achieve enlightenment. 사지 공방도 토네 다카시고 다 사지 공방도 소소 찌부 다 삼네스니 다 되더니 망벌 사지 토토다 강 제고 와서 말이지 이렇게 뭐지 대사리 삼네 대 말이 사지 공방 토네 사지를 더니 사지 꽃은 입었을 하다 사지를 꽃은 차고요 사지를 꽃은 차을 때 서운가 요리되네 때다당에 공자 신의 삼재가 되나 랑걸 어르바디식 뭐 고랑들이 다른 꽃은 희싱아디 인성 때다당에 희싱아 송그로 딩아들이 희싱아는 꽃은 대당 이제서 꽃은 들이 때를 바랑을 용디 대요래디 오 동반 나가서 끊어 차바지 들이 죽으랑 비행이지 사지 적당 사지자 타면 돼봐 뒤섬지 사지에서 적이 되는 좋고요 뒤섬지 사지 적이 섬지 사지 탑재를 차면 되는 좋고요 그 강의 용들이 니들이 매봐 빼는 자소고 쳐 니나 저특바 니나 치벌 버서면 얼마 ጭ바 직장놀이 이 동대다 임발라 그때다 신의 때다 신아들이 성들이 니들이 상승을 제도들이 사지 찍었나 가다가 잡대대도 잡대요. 그때로 사지에서 왔다 설마고 사지 그 장가시는 타바치면 도는 성을 다다 뭐 사지 까빠서 사지 똥지. 이 사지 까빠서 사지 똥들이 레레들이 다 레레를 거성 통용을 차례들이 사지세와 동설 망고 세안의 동설이 이 사지 좀 되게 장가서 제요 말이스 사지 장가서 제요 말이스 사지 장강에 ጸ구나 딱 거기 타바시면 넣어서 자가 초 강가들 체야야스 자가 초 강가그 강리 좋아서 랑가라 세마 장가가 제요를 했어 아빠들이 아빠 장미 발랐더니 생긴 장미 발이 사지 장미 발 조강가 찍었어 많이 조강가 있어 봐 조강가 자있어 많이 속에서 동그스 많이 뒤에 조강가서 맞다는 것들이 다 받치면 너는 송을 때는 장미 봐 습지 장미 봐 사지 장미 봐 대답을 봐 그냥 균체매 받더니 연구요래 강나 강들은 다 속도 소마들이 락바사다 들이서 담고서 좋아를 소시 속지를 연구요래
그니 사계에서 습지니 제발 가요. 따지는 냠도 요살이. 야, 들어 사계가 들이지 말는 게요. 들이지 말면 제발 가리. 나 샘카가리. 샘카가리. 서 들어오지 말라. 낭사지가 샘이 봐. 들이질렀더니 소수 동안에 니들이 잡아지네. 들이 주마다 왜 샘지 주마다 왜 샘지 동문에 맞아봐라는 천상 것들이 애다 빡차 철을 가리. 이거 강 촉지야 되잖아. 생각을 철로 다지 이 다리 말아 쓴 거요래. 뭐 촉지를 하도록 도와로 쓴 걸. 대를 하면 내가 빠졌던 천도고요나. 대지 직발시 말 직제를 대지 삼바다 니지가 무슨. 대게 주가 이랬더니 나한테 되시고 그랬더니 용바시고 그랬더니 저 팽이도 그랬더니 샘진 도와로 소시 속질래. 백기 호소 강을 강들지나. 별로다 다 등산 체력도 하장 팽이요래. 체력난이 속차 던로이 말 던로 찍찍 속도 체네. 드니 내버려서 찍찍 같이 찍찍 사가요리. 같이 또 찍찍 살리 되게 찍찍 속도 체네들이 빠만 못 잡도 다 무슨 몇개 통고요리. 어다 던로이는 서적 던로이나 낭샘도 사지해 봐. 찍 탐을 봐봐. 찍 나디요 봐. 용봐요 봐. 동네요 봐지. 지금 삼세 요바데가 좀 속도로 찍바지 못해도 좋고요래. 딱 등산할 때 저기 날때는 통구도 빼나. 무슨 세마에 딱 다당이 사지가 까당 틀 거요. 사지에 잘 주도 된다고 저는 드라마다 요 말에 사지가 무식에 쏜 거요. 다다당 무슨 제가 딱 대당당 통용 거요. 대회 때나 사지가 까세 말해서 다 인적제 못해서 요래. 강을 강들은 다소 동무소는 돌나 로아로 소시 속지네. 생기 속자 소시 속대 강들이 뒤지는 데 생긴 또 제가 요소.
So then we come back to our text, and we are on page 28. And we have said, my emanations will continuously manifest in billions of unimaginable ways, appearing in forms to help you beings who can be trained. So when one attains the state of Buddhahood, enlightenment, when we think about attaining enlightenment, some people might think that in the future I'm going to become a Buddha, I'm attaining enlightenment. And then finally, I'm done, and then there's nothing I need to do, and then I can just stay in peace and bliss all the time. So that is not true. So when one attains enlightenment, what happens is explained by explaining those 3 kayas and 5 wisdoms. So first of all, talking about the 3 kayas. The seeds of the 3 kayas actually can be seen right now within one's own mind. If you know how to meditate and really look at your mind, you can really see that awareness, your own awareness, really possesses those qualities of the 3 kayas and the 5 wisdoms. So the Dharmakaya, for example, is the empty essence of the mind that is all pervasive and like space, vast like space. And so then within that empty essence of the Dharmakaya, a single Buddha and 100 Buddhas, for example, are exactly the same. There is no difference. So therefore we can say all the Buddhas of the 3 times are actually one. It is not wrong to say that. But then there is billions of emanations Buddha emanations that appear. All the Buddhas actually also pervade all sentient beings. So the quality of being a Buddha is that in that state there is no more dualistic grasping. It is like recognizing that a drop of water is exactly the same as the ocean water. There is not the slightest difference at all. It's the same water. And that is what the Buddha realizes. Buddha in Tibetan means Sangye, and Sang is to clear away. What is cleared away is dualistic grasping. And Gye means vast or expansive, and that is when dualistic grasping is cleared away, then the mind becomes vast, is experienced as vast, like space. And so then here in the text now it mentions there are billions of manifestations. So speaking of the number of Buddha emanations, Buddha manifestations, there is a quote in the Great Liberation Sutra, and so it speaks about the number of Buddhas. So there is the Buddhas, 1,000 Buddhas of this aeon, and then each of these 1,000 Buddhas also has different qualities, the three kayas, and then enlightened body, speech, mind, activities, and qualities, and so forth. So there are billions of different ways. And so regarding the number now, the Buddha said in that sutra that actually the number of Buddhas is incalculable. There's just too many. For example, if you imagine the sand grains along the banks of the river Ganges, how many sand grains are there? So there are really limitless sand grains. And likewise, there were limitless aeons in the past, and there are limitless sentient beings, and there are limitless Buddhas. So if you begin to count those sand grains on the banks of the river Ganges, you start with 1, 2, 100, 1,000, tens and thousands, and so forth. There's just no end to counting. So it is beyond any number, really, immeasurable. And that is the extent of sentient beings and also Buddha manifestations. So there are billions of different ways that Buddhas appear, and they appear continuously according to the needs of sentient beings. So to help you beings who can be trained. They appear in the various forms of the sentient beings in the 6 realms of samsara. So what is the difference between a Buddha and a sentient being? So you might now think that there must be like an obvious and observable difference between Buddhas and sentient beings. But then actually, Buddhas also can manifest in an animal realm, for example, take birth as an animal. And then what's the difference between that animal and an ordinary animal? The difference is in the mind. The mind is a Buddha, and the outer appearance is an animal. In the mind, there is no dualistic perception, perceiving that all sentient beings are actually just illusory. There are no real sentient beings. So that mind has realized that these perceptions of there being real sentient beings is a confused perception. And confusion means that one is controlled by afflictive emotions. And then whichever of these delusions or confusions is the strongest determines the appearance. For example, if it is stinginess and greed, then the hungry spirit realm manifests. So it is the temporary appearance of the karmic imprints within one's mind, and the appearance itself is therefore a delusional, delusive perception. It doesn't really exist. It just appears that way to that being. So to bring an end to that confusion, so this being, for example, the animal, gave rise to love and compassion, and self-grasping diminished, and there is no more self-grasping. So like a Buddha that appears in the form of an animal or anywhere in the 6 realms in order to benefit sentient beings in that specific realm. So there are animals like that. And actually nowadays science is developing, and that really actually is also very beneficial. We can really see a lot of common points in modern science and the Buddha's teachings. So in the animal realm, for example, there are some animals who come to protect others. And then there's other animals who chase others and eat them. So nowadays we can see all of that very clearly. People take pictures and it's on TV and so on. We can really see how all of that is really true. So there are some animals whose mind is really the Buddha and who just appear as an animal. And then there is an ordinary animal, and an ordinary animal is just an ordinary sentient being with self-grasping and the afflictive emotions. So their body is the same, but their mind is different. So this is what we can see nowadays, and it's really actually true, and it completely is in accordance with the words of the Buddha. When the Buddha was alive, the kind of science did not exist. So nowadays it exists and it is developing, and we can actually really confirm a lot of what the Buddha had said by also looking at science and how science really confirms it. So this is also one way of seeing the authenticity of the Buddha's words. So in any case, the Buddhas appear in billions of different ways in order to benefit sentient beings. They appear in the various forms in the 6 realms of samsara and act for the benefit of sentient beings there.
그래서 이 산지 거성구용들이 안에 제가 찾았어야지 손들 죽고성구를 죽고지 다다 죽고들이 거성들 들이 자와르나데 자와르나데 사지 찍을 거를 찾아오는 양창구요 강리 그 나바는 나한테 송 나와 다에 톡을 두바 용띠는 진종디 그래 돈을 줘봐 되지 고송 통용din 그래 그 나바는 나한테 송 나와 다에 톡을 두바 용띠는 진종디 그래 돈을 줘봐 돼 그래서 니 뭔가에 시간을 매용나 도무 사제를 가서 옹송 데르티니 자르가 대답을 정을 다 데리 다 들바 다 장미 봐서 죽걸 데리다다 기와 들바거지 라마 게웨 신이 엠체 다 십지점 저 페바다 대화 좀니다 돈다 지력 탐신다는 지력 로버 게웨 신이 기 탐신을 변한 이제 가나 페바 사와 타다 시락을 들고 대탐지 사제 줘봐라 죽거지네 차디 요래 나서 거죽거지 들죽거 나와 나서 조죽거지네 들고라 고성투디 하였고 타가 거치총 그 세원적이나 들이세라 사지 거리는 더 봐대요 들니 봐요 들으니 사지 박차서 불이 요네 들이 사지를 줄을 게들이 사지 취대 사만형제 때 라주를 뛰네 사지 가르쳐도 사지 삼지지 쳐버리지 삼지지를 가르쳐도 삼지지 보는 거라 내가 핑받아 다툭 대와 당연히 저 삼지를 해서 스스로 견디 박차 좋은 요래 걸었지네들 그리 사지 거 송톡 그리 용띠 될 때는 다다다 용띠 세다는 중절에 습지 탑지 맘미밤미 벌써 용띠 그래 다 때는 이제 현재 그들 담바 나서 다 조트버거 지와트버거 나서 트버거 되는 세다 중앙 나한테더니 라몽가에 트발 차디 요래 배는 그 차바밤나 사저 메롱 중앙 나한테더니 지지로말 차디 요래 중앙 나한테 임칭아지 이 저보다 때 창그 요래 선중앙아 낭유몽아 이 민사적 참되는 이 시가 참 요래 대저더니 셔득셔득 막 주시바 삼진 고는 은혜들이 저보다 저 가가도도 매야 차영을 매도 사온다왜 은혜 지냐는 이제 핀바요 왔다 남미치는 제가 토주고 하고 요래 오 마음이 매도 사오고 용띠 망고 시나 다 매도든 통로 오 매도도 걸마 사오다고 자거든 사오들 자차자 매도 요래 대다 하고 토고 요래 매도 용띠 사오 용띠 미시니까 엄마 매도도 고 좀마도 매칠 사오철 먹고 사도 사오 먹고 갈게 라고 했대서 용은 지났더니 매도 용띠 시나 사오는 매도는 주제되시나 리선지 탑재 사제 용띠 주제요바 사속 세미하들라나 그때 강의들이 다 쭉 걸었더니 애들이 쭉 가서 또 거요래 들이 다다 쭉 가면 찍다 요 말이 중앙한테 쭉 걸어가지고 그래 님 잡아 대삽지 사제가 가르치 오 적진수 보고서는 신살시체 사제 자와체들 오늘 대시에는 수수 철린이 되고요. 오 띵샤바니마 다와 나사니가 제와체는 이런 거 소리 진수인 무슨 속차든 좋대. 나고 자고 요래. 야 속차의 행동 보지거든 속차 처참하면 가라 대사 약한다 제가 나고 자고 요래 성적 제고 요래. 오 너무도 은혜 사제래 돼. 다 좋다고 요래. 사제가 배워 사와주나. 제르티니 진짜 대수고 실자스 제 사제 사와 제서 그때 싸우때 대성 요가를 다 싸웠더니 이제 대성 같은 거 타진데 무슨 되니자라고 다 주서 오딱 문이 자네리 데르티네더니 배는 메소치가 소차만 보다고 자꾸 요래 조금 소타마 되니 맥고 같이 좀만 나 같이 요래 그때 메소카게 메이 소차진다 탐비 무슨 소차 장미 받더니 메소크 소아주고 요래 야 desde método trabajo muri desde na sotra coração tem coisa muito tinha desde casa ka troca ka machata chita mela 랑을 찾잖아 랑을 troca 차야 되나 가리 대식 뭐 요래 대식 뭐 요제도 순지 랭이 바사자 다서 동행 정도 요래 도와를 거라 작을 말이 내가 장소니 대식 뭐 거란 게 돼. 양 라가 살게 되고 요래 대저거 잘했더니 그렇게 용띠 시골은 좀 대신에들이 우리 다 낭다 다음에 받지야 요래지
And now, so when we are speaking about the qualities of the Buddha's three kayas, the three kayas are complete within one's own mind. So the 5 dhyani Buddhas are complete within the form of one Buddha, or a Buddha's body, speech, mind, activities, and qualities. And so how the 5 dhyani Buddhas are complete is that the body, the form, is Vairochana, the speech, Amitabha, the mind, Akshobhya, the qualities, Ratnasambhava, and the activities, Amoghasiddhi. So when the 5 afflictions ripen into the 5 wisdoms, from that the 5 Buddha families emerge. And then from these 5 Buddha families, billions of emanations manifest, nirmana kayas. There are, for example, the incarnated or born nirmana kayas, and that is, for example, a teacher, a spiritual teacher, a lama, or also a physician, anyone actually who engages in the benefit and happiness of sentient beings. Also science teachers, for example. So the one, what engages in benefit, these beneficial activities are engaged in with wisdom. And so that is the actual nirmana kaya. In this sense, they are actual Buddha manifestations. Then there are what is called made or created nirmana kayas, and that refers to statues, tankas, images of deities, and so on. Even if your statue is only like the size of an inch or so, if you really feel that this is the actual Buddha, then it also has that power. And you are also placing an imprint of the Buddha within your mind stream. And so when we look at the Buddha, then we remember the Dharma. And the Dharma is love and compassion. The Buddha taught to cultivate love and compassion. So what is the benefit of cultivating love and compassion? There is a temporary benefit and ultimate happiness. It is the cause of all happiness, love and compassion. And one who possesses that is a Sangha. So by looking at one of those statues or created Nirmanakayas, we are placing an imprint into our mind of the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. And the Sangha then appear in the form of teachers who come to ripen unripe sentient beings in various different ways. Nirmanakayas, for example, also appear in other ways. They are called manifold Nirmanakayas. And that is, for example, the 4 elements. The 4 or 5 elements are actually the 5 goddesses, 5 Dakinis by nature. Rain, for example, earth, water, fire, wind, space, are all actually said to be Tara emanations, the 5 great mothers. And then these are also complete within your own body. On the outer level, there are the 5 elements. On the inner level, the 5 afflictive emotions. And when they ripen through bodhicitta, they ripen into the 5 kinds of wisdom. So this is really what we learn in the Vajrayana by practicing the deity, that our body is actually not who we really are. We are not this solid individual. And we are introduced to this by showing the qualities of the deity, by presenting you the seed. So it is like the seed. You have the seed of the flower within you. And when you really understand this, then you understand that the practice is of an actual benefit. There are actual results to be obtained through practice, if we engage in practice. So we are in an unripe state, and then the teacher explains to us the many qualities of a flower. And he says that you have the seed of that flower, so hold on to that seed. Don't allow it to be spoiled. If you nurture the seed, then certainly the qualities of the flower will one day grow. As someone who doesn't understand the qualities of a seed, they will just feel like, what shall I do with that seed? That's not the flower. So they don't really understand that there's anything special about the seed. But if you understand the qualities of the seed, you will know how to protect your seed. You will know that all sentient beings have the potential to attain enlightenment if they cultivate bodhicitta. So this is what the Nirmanakaya is here to show us, to teach us. And then the Nirmanakaya appears in many different forms, as we said, for example, as the 5 elements, rain, the sun, and so forth. They all are actually Buddha manifestations. They actually perform enlightened activities. Lord Jigten Sumgön had said, the Buddhas appear in various ways, and whatever is done in this world, or he says in the field of knowable things, everything that is done by the Buddhas. And so then one might wonder, how about like rain and the sun and a tree, for example? How is all of that actually Buddha? A tree, for example, is the shelter for many tens and thousands of little insects, little animals. It also becomes their source of food, protection, and so forth. So actually, when you recognize that, you will really be able to see the tree as an actual Buddha manifestation. So this is what Shigden Sumgen meant by saying that anything that is done, the Buddhas appear in whichever way to benefit sentient beings, in any possible way. So if you understand that, that really can clear away doubts. This is really how I actually really cleared away a lot of doubts and really understood. Buddhas appear in any way to benefit sentient beings. So now the Buddhas introduce us to the quality that we have, which is like the seed of a flower, and then many flowers appear from one flower, and then one flower becomes the life source of many other beings, and the smell of a flower helps becomes like nourishment of other beings and so forth. So in whatever way the Buddhas appear to benefit sentient beings, to ripen them. And actually there are limitless beings who survive because they are flowers, for example. So all of that is a real Nirmanakaya, and a manifestation of the Buddha. So if you understand the qualities of the three kayas, you can understand the Nirmanakaya, and that the Nirmanakaya is really everywhere. There is nowhere where the Nirmanakaya does not appear. And therefore, when you look at yourself, you also find you too are a Nirmanakaya, because you possess Buddha nature. It is just that sentient beings, although they do possess Buddha nature, they also have committed negative karma, and therefore they temporarily suffer. They wander around the 6 realms of samsara. But that's just a temporary state. Once that karma becomes purified, they again are liberated. They possess Buddha nature. They all can attain enlightenment. That is their natural state. So all of that we learn through the understanding the quality of the Nirmanakaya. So when we understand the Nirmanakaya, then through the Nirmanakaya we develop a pure view, and we develop a faith that is called a clear faith.
왜냐면 마지가 뽀글 세와 치고면 마트는 몽쪽 요면 뽀글 세나 요 말이 야 너셈 요 말, 저참 세나 요 말, 제바 야 지들이 땅도 강이 가르치나 시당을 그 말에 수바죠 제바 저도 수바선 토리 용띠지 just 됐으면 야 타토 something 남녀 팀이 뽀글 서로 손을 괜히도 그래 something 지체매 봐 something 야, 다 시험 매와는 나 보고 상태를 들 고백했지를 다 요래 나도 정도를 다 다시 파르도 서마 쪽 누구도 좀 맞춰서 봐서 졸라도 요래 세가 표현 요래 세가 되들이 나디게 졸라다는 걸 맞아 야 사적 선바들이나 별로 보고 지다고 하잖아 나 보고 지다고 하면 소화기 가야 매다 보고 지않나야 사적 선바들 보나 서로 보고 나가요 보고 쭈바 직장을 했어. 아그 보고 들었다. 이 딱 채대 발생이 냠이 이 기타 지금 생기 삼지가 되는 유모바 쪽에 타고 사람들이 다 시합을 열어 시합 문제를 열어나. 들이 발생 쪽도 다 상거래 대열이 이 산지가 삼지 대로 섭지 내려 통으로 잡아 봐봤는지 이 것이 나한테 자손한테 라지가 들이 로아도 내 똥토고요. 갖다 쭉 가는 거 살아라더니 산속 생각하지 더서 떠올리 나고 싶은 조성스 이제 계속 몰라서 뒤집 말이 몸에 과 사지 투게 들이는 거요. 대범 잡나 따들이 습동성이 싸우 하고는 대감이 들이 다 매와 손에 다 삽사 형제를 저런 거래. 다 형제들은 그네 돈이 돌아 다 대래. 똥시 봐. 나한테 똥 거래. 들이 다다들 오 사지의 잠에서 조사 주섭지 사지의 담제 형제 다 투지 세보 요래서 이제 남갔다고 요래서 사지 다 들이 조금 잡았다고 딱 있는 중이야 요래서 저거 남갔다고 그래. 롱거트 봤다고 그래. 조금 잡았다고 다시 족 셉지 담제 문에 잔에 비바다 대와 딱 있는 중이 요래서 그래서 진짜 저를 족네 다 타고도 없어. 저를 못 타고서 다지레스 이 삼티치라 나디 매만 도고도 서로 삼티치라 삼티치가 다 용에 딱지다 다 용을 네 가서는 등이가 근데 저거追고서는 다 용을 갖다 빼대서 오네 지마 총총이나티 총총 지게들이 다 파세로 뒤통치나더니 족네 통바 적감을 다 삼티레스 그래서 사지가 삼티치 못해서
So then it says, through my compassionate prayer, may all of you beings who wander in the 3 realms of samsara escape from the 6 life forms. So the compassionate prayer of the Buddha. So now we wonder, now since we have said that Buddha is the Dharmakaya, abiding like space, how does this compassionate prayer of the Nirmanakaya, for example, come about? So first, the essence of mind is empty, like space, and that's the Dharmakaya. And its nature is clear awareness. And its all-pervasiveness is great compassion. It is unobjectified love and compassion. So the Buddha's compassion is all-pervasive and unconditional or unobjectified, without there being a thought of self and other. And this kind of compassion is a result of having realized emptiness. Now, sometimes people, for example, say that during the Drupchen, the retreat that we do, I felt really powerful compassion arising. And that is actually the blessing of the deity. And that compassion of the Buddha or the deity is unobjectified. That is, it does not require an object. The Buddha's compassion does not have a certain object, a suffering sentient being that it focuses on at all. There is just this natural, everlasting feeling of love that just always is there. And that's the great compassion of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. And that is unlike our compassion. We feel compassion for someone when we see that they are suffering. And then we might even think, when we see a rich person, we think that we don't feel compassion for them because we feel that's not necessary because they are doing really well. They must be so happy, they have everything they need. They must have no problems at all. But that's really not true at all too, because often it's the case that those who are very wealthy actually have more difficulties, more troubles than others. That's actually what the Buddha said, and also Milarepa said, those who are wealthy suffer from their possessions, and those who are poor suffer from their lack of possessions. All sentient beings in samsara suffer, no matter what we have or do not have. Everyone in samsara suffers. There is not a single sentient being who doesn't suffer. And that is because there is self-grasping. When there is self-grasping, there is bound to also be fear. And when there is fear, there is bound to be suffering. And every sentient being experiences that. And so what the Buddha really accumulated before he attained enlightenment for these 3 endless aeons, when he practiced, what he accumulated really was love. So it increased more and more. And now the Buddha's love is vast and all-pervasive, unobjectified. And that is now then also the quality of having realized emptiness, which makes this compassion be all-pervasive like space. There's this supplication where we pray to Chenrezig, whose nature pervades all reaches of space. Chenrezig is a manifestation of compassion, pervading all the reaches of space, everywhere. So this is the compassion of the Buddhas. And through the power of their great love, they appear to benefit sentient beings. So beings who wander in the 3 realms of samsara. They help them to escape from the 6 life forms. So how did it happen that there is this existence of those 6 life forms? It is because beings are controlled by the 6 afflictions. And where are they? They are all within the mind of self-grasping. And therefore, if there is no more self-grasping, then where are the afflictions? Then there are no afflictions. For example, a mother loves her child and she cares for her child, naturally practices the 6 paramitas. Because she loves her child, she will not be stingy or hold back, and that's generosity. And then she will not do anything to hurt the child, and that is moral discipline. And then she will not get upset or angry or hate the child when it comes to the child creating trouble or being dirty and so on. So the mother has patience naturally for the child. And these 3, generosity, morality, and patience, are the causes of the happiness in the 3 higher realms. And then ultimately, there is the practice of the paramita of meditation. So then the mother always thinks about her child, day and night, never leaves her mind. And that's the paramita of meditation. But then for the most ordinary beings, what is lacking is the paramita of wisdom, because the mother thinks, this is my child. So that is how a samsaric sentient being sees it. There is a self, a me. And then part of the 6 paramitas becomes spoiled. It is partially, of course, beneficial, but also partially spoiled due to self-grasping. For example, if that mother is a bodhisattva, then she would think that I do have to care for this child, but then all of the other beings out there, all of the other children, they all actually have been my children. They are exactly the same. There is no difference. And in this way, everything good that she does for her own child then becomes true Dharma practice, becomes a practice of the 6 paramitas and an antidote of the 6 afflictive emotions. And so in this way, that mind clinging to a self transforms into wisdom. And then that wisdom turns into great compassion. And then the 6 paramitas are practiced perfectly. So such is the love of all the Buddhas. It showers down like rain on all sentient beings, for as long as sentient beings exist. When there is no more self-grasping, then the 6 realms of samsara will naturally be emptied. We heard the other day during the Kusali Chöd teachings by Jigden Sumgun, where we, in the visualization, we are sprinkling this nectar of bodhicitta onto the various realms of samsara, and then they all transform into pure lands. So it is very similar, actually, of what we are talking about here. This is what really actually happens when great compassion arises within the mind. And so now for your personal experience of that, when you meditate, you rest in a state of meditation. The state is completely empty and clear. There is clear awareness. There is no concept of I or self. Then just naturally, when that concept is absent, that clear and empty state is a state of all-pervasive compassion. And so actually it is said that for this reason, that great compassion is the actual sign of having realized emptiness. So empty here means that what needs to be emptied is self-grasping. And that is what the Buddha practiced for 3 endless aeons. And all the Buddhas have done that until they have developed vast, all-encompassing compassion. And when that is accomplished, then true blessings can be bestowed on sentient beings. So then, again, the Dharmakaya is like space or like the sky. The Sambhogakayas are like the clouds in the sky, and the Nirmanakayas are like the rain falling down from the clouds that actually then come down to benefit the sentient beings of the 6 realms. So when you understand this, then you can really see that sentient beings in the 6 realms can become liberated. And the reason they are not liberated now is because of self-grasping. Whoever gives rise to love will separate from self-grasping. And it's a very simple principle. You can see it by just looking at your own mind, how the self is absent in a moment of love. When you truly feel love, there is no concept of I, of self. For example, first you think about yourself, you have an object, and then the next moment you want to give it to somebody else. And then already in that moment, that self is gone. And so that is just a small example, but we can really observe how when love arises, it really eradicates that concept of self from within the mind. And so this is what has become great and unobjectified in the mind of the Buddhas.
다보 습질 주바나 이제를 봐 마셔를 지양 집이 터내마 습질 주보고 가는 줄에 르바 하고 마서 라기 싫 나시 그냥 집만이가 다 메소장가 다 메소지 못다 배도 스타 메소 잡들 로드 지가시 주상 삼상때 제가 해지 자와를 나자시 바사데 주스 담에서 저 강호다 제만 배가 강요성이가 취직이 사와 강요매가 그래. 이거는 로브리 쳐서 가르쳐서 지는데 가라. 다들 단지 상식에 내가 말 내가 해지 자와는 강자 14세 주스. 다들 지금 상세의 게임을 갑들이 때렸다 이제 자든 기대. 어떤 거 왔죠. 다 나기 이샷. 이렇게 때렸더니 다 바로 당셈 샷. 다 소치 소치 대화 톱왜 소치 대화 될 자로 소치 대화 탑에서 오면 그냥 다 사는 거 사와서 약본 좀 보상 대 처벌한 일 처벌하라 처벌해 대는 좀 뭐를 니들 강에 주는들이 다 이제 담아지 다 열기 때문에 그들이 체들이 라지가 담아 차용 요래 배는 대리대 나긴 자들이 박차 름지 대발해야 돼 들이지 랑을 잡아들이 내버티 동사들이 랑을 좋아서는 다른 사와도 유니스 다른 사와들은 접고 서버들이 노차 차와들이 와를 들이때는 시당 차와서 도발해 당이 사와지 전 좋다만 먼저 다들 노바요나 매 다들이 다때에서 노바치는 다때양 코로랑 때 코로 삭제 이 코로 치고 차로래 박차를 럼제 대발해 박차를 럼제들이 tenka세 등 용모박 깨나대 다는 젬바 르바마 토바테시 일단은 용모박을 아주 싸 그리고 돌아오면서 조과량상한테 차르더니 조과 차고요 베스에서 박차 도보를 럼제대 들이 여러분 여러분이 때가만 주변에서 해결하려 대다지라도 기스 호바 록스 쪽 와서 딱 호바들이 종을 해서 그 호바들은 딱 강래 내 갑자기 다 물을 못 채서 삼대가 요리 또 삼대를 뛰니까 로강을 해 또지 용용사 이럴 소리 좀나 통 내서 보요래 망치상이 성성을 드니 독성을 내 망치들이 성성을 이유는 못되고 요래 들이 다다 담들니까 와서 정치법감이 담들 하장 톱같이 이제 우리들이 차대지 가리 지역으로 통해더니 다다당 라가 삼대지 살 롱아에서 사와디 용식차 이제 차당 몽소를 내가지고 딜롱아 사와대다 망보 차서 터나 들이 다 들었더니 설날하서 여다 해당하서냐봐 그것도 뭐만서 님 노를 족대 미성성대 유는 뭐딱 고라자고 요래더니 소리서 명명 차니 들이때라 코발 녹색 쪽 와서
And then it says, being, from the beginning you beings are deluded because you do not recognize the awareness of the ground. Being thus unmindful of what occurs is delusion, the very state of unawareness and the cause of going astray. So, delusion, often people ask, the beginning, when did it start? When did beings start to being deluded and confused? So here, confusion must be understood as something that is constantly, without beginning, ongoing. So confusion is just a state, this temporary state of unawareness. So we have awareness that has become clouded. So we are unmindful, unaware of what we are actually doing. And for the most part, we spend our lives in this dull and unmindful state. And whenever we get some free time to rest and relax, we enjoy ourselves, we think that's very pleasant, and so on. So we kind of spend our days in dullness and unmindfulness. And then all of a sudden something happens and fear arises. So here it says then, from this delusive state comes a sudden fainting away and then a subtle consciousness of wavering fear. From that wavering there arises a separation of self and the perception of others as enemies. So then you spend your time in in kind of dullness and unmindfulness, and then something happens, and all of a sudden something important happens, and all of a sudden you are afraid. So this experience is quite similar to what is mentioned here. So that is because there is this separation between self and other. I have to do something, and then there is the other who may prevent me from doing that. So there is this natural tendency of attachment to oneself and aversion against anything that's other. It begins with considering the self is most important, and it's most important that that self finds whatever it wants, happiness and so forth, pleasure. And in order to get what it wants, it engages in various activities to accomplish whatever one wants to get. And that attachment is actually always kind of there underlying. It's naturally there. Whatever we do, whether it is a Dharma activity or worldly activity, what underlies this activity is this attachment to one's own happiness. We want to achieve something for ourselves. And then it might not be so easy to achieve that, and there might be some difficulties along the way. And due to that, then due to our attachment, we develop a natural aversion against other. So that's also there naturally. We have this natural underlying aversion against other that threaten our achievement of what we want. And so then it says, then gradually the tendency of separation strengthens, and from this the circle of samsara begins. So then these tendencies, these habitual tendencies of being attached to oneself and one's own benefit, that strengthens. As we think about it, as we follow after it, it becomes increasingly strong. So we can really see it when we want to do something. We want to accomplish a certain activity. I really want to do that. And this wanting, this ambition that wants to accomplish something, that actually is a subtle form of attachment, and it is called hope. Then the subtle form of hatred is this underlying aversion that we have. We are always suspicious, thinking, what if someone obstructs me from the accomplishment? What if someone harms my accomplishment, and so forth? And then if the slightest thing happens, immediately we get very angry. And then we keep accumulating these habits of anger more and more and more until the anger turns into hatred. So this is how these tendencies strengthen gradually. And then the afflictive emotions become very, very powerful, and we are in this constant state of unmindfulness, and we, with complete unawareness, we keep accumulating two afflictive emotions that become stronger and stronger, or it is like one's clothes become more and more dirty. So this is where samsara comes from. So from this, the circle of samsara begins. So now, temporarily, for the time being, now we have obtained a precious human body, and that is also the result of some love that we have developed. We have engaged in some activity with body and speech, motivated by love. And as a result of those actions, we have found a body in the three higher realms. So for a little while, we can remain in that state of a human being, but only for a very short time. And for the most part, most of our time, we actually spend in the three lower realms. Most of the time, we go around in the three lower realms, driven by the three poisons. So for the most part, we spend long periods in the three lower realms, and very rarely do we find birth in the three higher realms. So when you study the difficulty of finding a precious human body, then you really realize that it is extremely difficult to find a precious human body that we have now. For example, when we think about it in terms of its causes, what causes a precious human body are activities that come from a mind of love. So now when we look at our actions, we can see how hard it is to find the precious human body, because our activities of body and speech that come from a genuine intention of love are very rare. And most of our activities of body and speech are tainted by attachment, by aversion, by ignorance, and so on. So that is what we do for the most part, and rarely are our activities really genuinely loving and kind. So we can see in terms of causes how hard it is to find a precious human body. For example, as we mentioned, the hungry spirit realm is the natural manifestation of stinginess, or the hell realm is the natural manifestation of anger, of hatred. And so because most of our activities, we can see, really come from such a place of anger and jealousy and so forth, aversion, it clearly shows that for the most part, we are wandering in the three lower realms, and very rarely, and for a very short time only, do we take birth in the three higher realms.
박차 독보름 때 박차 때 세월들이 차등 박차 됐다. 냠미심이 내가 되는 연구요리. 배나 남에가 갔다 미치게 저 기타 쪽바다 시에나. 그가 기타 쪽바 시에서 tanke de magawa chana then mutin thon yang yang khata khunga to wa she song yang tang yang de me tin tin yang tang yang de tin yang de tin shadang chen ro tin ma tu lu ma le sa me ti pak cha de tok ra song thang ri ge nyam ni te se yo na la khu yo me tok ra song ti yong de le long ge chi shor de te ro shor mo le jin shi de yo na ge bi xia na 토만이 못하게 기타 쪽바다 시험 같은 땡세 시당을 호 시당을 해서 하고서 시당을 이제 박차 용어지 시당을 또 하고만 다들 다 박차 용어고요 말이에요. 진시 용어이지 진비 말때 중대서 진시 용어 때 박차 토고도 야토고요. 유모고 깨나요. 하고서 때 될 박차 나무 박차 때게 같이 노남을 소독하는 배그요 말이 바로 보는 노들이 소설을 써놓이 편수인이 같들이 노대 요래 초랑 평진색 들이 변을 제일 설 나와 요나 양다 나와서 출발했어 그도 왔다 거지 이렇게 건너서 그쪽 머리 이게 소리면서 샘도 봐요 하고 그래 따봤더니 내가 된지나 코스는 때 쳐도록 했지. 내가 뒤를 코대 봐, 뒤로 건 코로랑 내가 와서 다시 데리려면 강수에 라도 그래. 뒤로 들으면 싫어. 박차이 좋다고 요 말이. 너무 코로랑 거에 유모가 가리나 또 차나 시당이나 또 맨사지 지시오를 박차이 좋다고 들으냐면 이게 냠니 미세트 들이 마치 맨날 저기 기타를 이렇게 박차를 해줘 다 대지 방은 거요 그래 그래서 먹을 때 유모 받을 싸 말이야 유모 같이 살다 냐베제 와 하고는 그래서 저제 하고 뜻이 봐요 그래서 박차도 맞아 봐 팽겨 그래 박차 요렇게 하고는 대 박차 요래 대회들이 남을 짱다 니기 저 세든지 뒤에서 오고 유모가 탐치는 또 시당을 했어 그래서 차도 제가 이 이보라 이게 저 제일 나무 자들 상니지 다 중간에 이게 지어렸어. 제 가르쳐 뭐냐면 내가 같은 제 하고 박차 토보름 제 때는 제 박차 제 하전이 하시고 박차 요렇게 하고서 저는 이 박차 제 도토구였어.
So this tendency that is strengthening, actually here we really come to that crucial point of practice when it comes to strengthening those habitual tendencies, these karmic imprints of attachment and aversion and so on. For example, if a person insulted you yesterday, then today you still remember that. You remember, oh, he said this to me. And you feel a sense of dislike towards that person. And then when you see this person again today, again you remember it, oh, this is what he said to me yesterday. You keep thinking about it. And in this way, as you keep thinking about it, your anger becomes stronger and stronger, and finally it turns into aggression, and one day you will act out on it with body or speech. You will accumulate karma. So this is how these habitual imprints become stronger and thicker if we do not have that crucial point of practice. And so that means that even though we might be practitioners, if we do not understand this crucial point, then even though we do some practice, we will not be able to deal or overcome our very strong habitual tendencies as they arise. We will become controlled by our karmic winds. That is what is meant by being controlled by karmic winds. So what we need to apply here, the crucial point, is mindfulness. So someone insulted you yesterday. You know that. They said something bad to you. Then you got angry at them. But if you are mindful, then you recognize instantly, oh, I'm getting angry, there's anger. This is the beginning of reinforcing my habitual tendencies. And if you're mindful of that, instantly as it arises, then this imprint will not be placed into your mind. So whether or not we are forming these habitual tendencies depends on a presence of mindfulness. When we are unmindful, we are ignorant, and we form many habitual tendencies. We make them grow stronger and stronger. So if an afflictive emotion arises and you are mindful of it and you do not allow it to remain, then you are not forming, you're not strengthening this tendency, this habitual tendency. For example, if someone meets you with aggression and you don't like that person or that person harms you, then without even thinking about that person, what that person is really doing, you know that if I get angry at that person, it harms that other person and it harms myself. There is only harm. It is said that anger causes your own ruin, and it says it burns others, so it hurts others. So if someone opposes you, comes to you with aversion and dislike, then you can just think that this person is just temporarily confused. This is just a temporary thought in their mind. It won't stay. The basis of our mind is exactly the same. We are one. And if you do not grasp at that person's aggression, then on that level of the mind, the person will feel that. And in that way, gradually also their own grasping will diminish. So for example, if that person is angry at you and doesn't like you, and you do not grasp at that at all, and then you meet that person again next time and you say hello to them, then already some of their aggression will be lost. So this is how you would do it if you know how to practice. And in that way, you're not forming more habitual imprints. And so the same is then, we practice in the same way with all the other afflictive emotions, no matter what it is. It's anger or desire and so forth. You need to be mindful, and if you're mindful, you will not place an imprint into your mind. If you're unmindful, if you do not practice, then you will engage in the situation and think that this is what he did, this is how it is. And then even if the person is not here anymore, you will still keep thinking about it. And by thinking about it, you are strengthening these habitual tendencies in your mind. And in this way, you are accumulating karma of afflictive emotions. And these are the cause for birth in the lower realms. So now you have some understanding of karma, cause and effect, and you know that hatred, for instance, is the cause for birth in the hell realm and so on. And knowing that will help you to be mindful when it arises, so as to not strengthen those habitual tendencies when they arise. So what we need to understand here is how we overcome these habitual tendencies. And so actually Lord Chikden Sumgön gave a supreme method for that. And so that is, he said that of all the afflictions, the worst is anger or hatred that leads to jealousy and so forth. And therefore, the best antidote is to cultivate compassion, and first and foremost for those enemies who hate you and obstructors who harm you and so on. If you are able to cultivate love and compassion genuinely for even those individuals, then that is true compassion. And that's the crucial point here, the crucial point of practice. And this is how we prevent these habitual tendencies from growing stronger and stronger. And so to know that, we first must understand how we are making them grow stronger. And then we learn that through mindfulness and compassion, we can reverse that. We can stop the mind from developing or strengthening these habitual tendencies.
감들이 사지금 보는 대자바다 냠데 다 소소게 다 남시든 것으로 오 시기 시반들이 다다 마도버 남시되게 내 삽들이 내 뉴모를 하고 요래 얘는 대화도 거나 대화 걸 설직다 요말 대화 거나 대화 적거리 다 삽들이 내 참여하고 그래 로직은 상태용인데 람지게 대화 라완 가서 talk 요래 얘네들이 동해가 just 뉴모가 예바대 거는 다들 동해 탐지 뉴모가 디즈와디 대좀 제시도 상로당한테 진심이가 상로당은 동해 대선 종로 수세서 아마 뜻이 다들 밀려도 있어 야 아마 가르도 다들 가실 게 동해 요리 나타 동해 진심에 봐요 요리 술 접성 은혜 체험하고 접성 아그도 가려 접성 하마고는 따뜻히 동물이 몽동아 지에는 동학을 너와에 하고 마서 때 마우스네 나 몽동아 도고지 이 때지만 배가 레드사 레드사 아저는 제부터 따뜻한 말이들 미 독서 뒤는 동해를 잡던 유모방 무슨네 아 마음으로 스마트하게 다들 레르트 위들 다른 거 집에 싫었고 동해에 난 라상 유모 광을 잡아 야하면 속이 유모도 쳤다 작화를 했어 랑게 세상 다워 맞춰서 라린 소리만을 소리 너 뭐 참만 유무베스요 라지 사실라 종킨 서이 유무가 다라는 거지 대하고는 들이다다 답도 봐주는 내가 핑바다 다속 대화스 강리 내가 핑바 오 만도 받아니 다탑절을 수바 공탑 예를 다탑이 파 매반로 시와차 다톡 대화라는 것이 당 좀섭송 야서와 레상이 대 용도동 탑송 내가 핑바 다톡 대화니 준비 찍고 하고는 대하고는들이 또다 사질까지 그저 과랑시 쇼데 내가지 석제고 뜻이 내가지 시합을 제고 그래 나그 시합을 제고 그래 사직은 뭐 시합 사직은 시합다 소시 시합 여자는요 말에 대들 꾸저를 빠랑시도 사직은 뭐나 답도 말을 빠도가 누구라고 말도 랑을 빠도 왕사도 왕사면도 또 과랑 왕사 때 과랑 왕토 따로 칼니 거랬지 문제를 빠랑시 줘 송마랑에 대답을
And then it says, then the emotions of the 5 poisons develop. The actions of these emotions are endless. And then you beings lack awareness because you are unmindful, and this is the basis of your going astray. So when afflictive emotions arise, we don't often recognize that they arise, and in this way, unknowingly, they remain and obscure the mind. The mind becomes unclear. We lose our wisdom, all of our mental freedom, and some really have no freedom at all anymore. No matter what arises, they are completely controlled by it. Even if they actually know that it's there and it's wrong, actually they have no control over it. Their mind these habitual tendencies are too strong. And so it begins with this state of unmindfulness. There is no awareness of the afflictive emotions. And so therefore, it is the Buddha's prayer. It says, through my prayer, may all you beings recognize your intrinsic awareness. So this Buddha making this prayer, the essence of the Buddha is wisdom, your own wisdom mind. So may everyone recognize their own self-born awareness. May everyone clearly see their afflictive emotions. May they have the clear recognition, the clarity of mind of seeing what arises. That is really what is meant here with that prayer. And so as you read this prayer, so you read that the Buddha makes this prayer, and at the same time, you should then recognize that within your own mind. He's speaking about this clear awareness. So this is what it is. That is clear awareness. I recognize whatever afflictive emotion arises, for example. When there is unmindfulness, then we speak about the ordinary, the consciousness. When there is mindfulness, the mind is clear, then you know this is love or this is an affliction. And you want to be happy. Everyone wants to be happy. Therefore, we need to understand the causes of happiness. The only cause of happiness is love, and everyone knows that. When we look at the animals, for example, an animal that has a greater degree of love will also have a greater degree of happiness and freedom, just naturally. And then the cause of all suffering are the afflictive emotions. So all the suffering you experience now in this life were created by your own afflictive emotions. So it all is karma, one's own karma. So if you encounter a difficulty, even a little problem, who is responsible for it? Who created it, really? It is said, if you wish to know your past life, what you did in the past, then look at your present body, your present life. Now, some people experience ongoing suffering and misery in their lives. For example, they are sick or are in pain all the time. But really, who actually created it? It was really oneself. And how have we created it? It is because in the past we didn't know that the 3 poisons are causing all that trouble. But now we know. But in the past we didn't know, and so therefore we strengthened these habitual tendencies of attachment, aversion, and ignorance stronger and stronger. So we accumulated more and more karma, and now in this life, as a precious human being, we do also experience suffering. So if you experience suffering, you should recognize the afflictive emotion associated with it. And then it is said, if you wish to know where you will go next, look at your present actions. So again, with mindfulness, look at your mind when an affliction arises and instantly recognize it is this afflictive emotion that causes that suffering. That's my real enemy. In the 37 practices, it says, if you do not tame the enemy of your own hatred, then outer enemies will only increase. So it is that which causes all the suffering and misery for others and oneself, the afflictive emotions. And where are they? They are here right now in your own mind. They are still there. And so, for example, when you're taking the refuge vow, it is said that the refuge vow is a temporary benefit and leading to ultimate happiness. The temporary benefit is that through understanding karma, you will be able to practice patience for an enemy, for example. And then the enemy will not be an enemy anymore. They will calm down and become friends. And ultimately, you will overcome anger, aggression altogether. And in future lifetimes, you will take birth in the higher realms. So if you only understand karma, it is already that beneficial. It is really good to know that we are responsible for whatever we experience. Whatever we do, it is our mind doing it. And so that is also what we learn in the refuge vow. It says there, the essence of the Buddha is your own wisdom. It is your own mind that engages in various activities. So this awareness, your own awareness, and the Buddha's awareness are exactly the same. There's not the slightest difference. And so here it is like a prayer to one's own wisdom, in a sense, that may I recognize my own wisdom, my own intrinsic awareness. May all beings recognize that. Now I am a sentient being, I'm grasping at a self, I have no freedom. Now may all beings and myself attain this freedom, a freedom of awareness, freedom of mind. So basically, when we say listening to the Buddha, means that you really listen to your own mind. You listen to the command, the instruction of your own intrinsic awareness. May all beings be able to do that, recognizing the wisdom of their own intrinsic awareness. So, Dharma friends, we take a break for 30 minutes, and in that time also please discuss the Dharma with each other. As a reminder, if you get up, Rinpoche will hit me.
롱고 라고 롱하게 참아 놓고 요래 롱냠도 탑대 요래 들이 오늘 롱고나들이 아고라 메지냥 로 초브레 아그 냠도 로 참아 로 요래 대시 단 놓고 요래 참아 놓고 요래
It was requested of me to give a reading transmission of this text. And actually, by giving these teachings, these explanations, as I am reading through the text, I'm actually also giving the reading transmission at the same time. It kind of happens simultaneously. So you are receiving the lung by receiving these teachings. But if you do need, if you really want to receive a separate lung, then at some point Abu Lama can give it to you too.
그러니까 희적 집에 말했바 시바심이 용마인 근데 딱봐 말했바 나중에 있었던 바이서 이렇다 말했죠 이렇게 땅 그것도 한번 뭐나 말이 돈다고 되바 세미 오통에서 사제인데 세미 오통한테 세미 얘는 사제잖아 인서 독신이야 이렇다 말하고 제발서 테크니컬을 마르바티를 마르바티 요래서 희적 집은 마르바티는 샘 코로나는 그니 마르바티를 가가리 요 말했어. 별로 며칠가 농가리사는 체가 파다고 요래. 쳤다 희가 말이 쳤다 마시바티 먹다 마르바티라고 요래. 오늘 마르바 매했어. 다 며칠 쉬고당 쉬고는 창동 같아. 나는 동반 통성지. 왜 제는 이제 세고 내려오라. 아, 납시도 공학하리도. 납시를 처리 양도 되나? 납시를 되나? 선 난거는 몇개 난갔다 와는 다 같이 따마시 몇개 따벌로 뒤선 그래. 라마. 다시 몇개 따벌로 뒤지. 몇개 따벌로 따야 샘게 따고 샘게 따벌로 따고 싸면들이 몇개 따벌로지. 내나지 시바 남시들 따고 우리 남시들한테 다마시 바지 진짜 좀 말발에 다 마시베 종대게 나오냐 봐 차들이 다 이제 그것도 딱 말바 다 인지스도 봐이 실직군 다 말에 이 실직군 좀 쳐지 다 사치 독진 가래시는 돈나 대니를 사지 말 생기고 말 개발 말을 받기데 그래서 하고는 그래서 다 딱지 담아서서 말을 받기도 하고 그래서
And then it says, innate unawareness means unmindfulness and distraction. Imputing unawareness means dualistic thoughts towards self and others. So now, unawareness, awareness, or unawareness, now we're not just speaking now in the context of the Samantabhadra prayer, but in general, when you see the ultimate truth, when you see the nature of your mind, that is the Buddha. And in Dzochen, it is said the mind itself primordially has the nature of Buddha. And so here, there are two kinds of unawareness, or two kinds of ignorance: innate unawareness and imputing unawareness. Innate unawareness or innate ignorance, actually, this ignorance, there is actually no separate ignorance that exists separate from your mind. It is just that what we call ignorance is our lack of looking at our true face. For example, you have your face, and it's there, but you just never look at it. So you don't know how to look at your face, so you don't know how it looks like. That's unawareness. That's ignorance. And then if I ask you, look into the mirror, you see your face, then you look into the mirror and you see, oh, this is my face. I saw my own face. So it's just like that. It's still the same face, and it's not anything else. It is that there is no real existing ignorance, but we don't know how to view, how to look at the nature of the mind, so we don't recognize it. So what is the nature of your consciousness? look at your consciousness, your mind, over and over again, and you're facing inward. It is like some have said, you're looking at the inner part of your eyeballs, like you're facing inward, not outward. So you're not actually looking at your eyeballs from the inside, but you're really looking at the core of your mind, your consciousness. And until you see it, you are ignorant. That is innate unawareness. And so the fault is that you don't know how to view it, how to look at it. And due to that, not knowing how to see your own true nature, there is this concept of I, an existing I. So there is a notion of a self and then also other. That's the innate unawareness. And then the imputing unawareness or ignorance means dualistic thoughts towards self and others. So whatever we practice, whether it is Mahamudra or Dzochen, it all comes down to awareness or unawareness. As we mentioned before, if you recognize it, you are a Buddha. Not recognizing it, you are a sentient being wandering in samsara. And that is really the only difference. So that should be clearly understood. And so in this way, you should analyze, look in the correct way, look at your mind.
산지가의 모남지 골부 셉지 삼시지 재민 접어만 봐 쌍. 재민 법보다 마상되네. 오 다시 봤어 빼나 다 사용자 잡았나? 다 삼아 씹었어 오는 거야. 다 같이 돼 씹었어 오는 거야. 내려대 재민 접어만 봐 쌍. 니서도 씹었다는데 깝 뒤니 씹었어 오요. 깝라들이 다른 씹었어 오들 절대나. 앞에는 정랑지나 정랑지 사용자는 정랑지요. 정랑지 해초 사용자들 리드 도적을 생코랑 도적도 되니까 소야요 말이 배나 사용도 자오는 배나 오실들이나 오다 사용자는 그 레그 셔버를 셔로 그래서 레그 셔버들이 사오라 사오나들 마시는 망보요래 그래서 레토치 볼때 저는 싫어요만 다 호가리는 게 레토치 볼에 싸움잖아. 이 시바들아 시야미가 시바사원디 족 도통 시바사원은 도야요 말들 왜 사진가이 모남지에 재미 더번 봐서 있어도 ပဲ시바당 깝 되니 시바사오 되고 따딱지다 당내들이 시바사오텔라 가이독들이 다 시바사오텔라 썰들 살람이 하고 똥된다 뭐 직접 이런 말이 되는 남한나지 차디요 남한나지 차들 때 요은지나 좀 조사요 말 민지나 아 요바 많이 자위엔 담아서 사제케 생고원들이 요 말이지 매번 많이 거대고 지에서 독신 제시도 제시해요. 요미 이와지 직접 맞으시. 아직 곰 잡을 때는 다다다 왕서법관을 빼시라. 어때? 세상에 있는 어때? 야, 내가 없으면 되는 어때? 다 롱을 밖에 되는 오만큼 어때? 세 마리 밖에 다 빼나. 선ang 뭐 당시 다시 땅에 다들 문일이 사람이 로한테 다 시작돼. 왜냐? 내 테마리지. 맞아 테마리지. 뭔데 테마리지. 테마 말이지. 야, 뭐지 주 르데티나? 르데 테마리 르 토르도 와서 다주 메카와도 셈리지. 다 셈르티라. 다 셈 통하요 말이야. 다 셈들 쳤다기 땅에 다 요건 되나? 다 주셈 통로 말했지. 요도 딱 봐서 봐도 가시 다 요체대 대만이 사람들이 딱 봐서 봐도 양셈 통로 말했지. 직장 요 말했지. 나타나지. 딱그 노성스. 다 같이 이거 돈이 거는 셈네. 셈 코는 매화다 하코네더니 셈도 레주레 뭐도 끼안 가서야 뭐도 직접 뭐도 다 됐어 보여. 다 노려요. 셈 코랑의 희바 참 못해라. 나도다 유모 맞지 레사네 내가 드린 처럼 나지들이 로아도 좀 뭐요. 산속 세벌도 사지자 손이 좀 뭐요. 다들이 요사는 초성 미사는 초성 직접 맞아. 다 보면 다 밖에 다 셈코 직접 마삼 세부세부 다 세부세부 따나들이 셈코 라살라 야 직접 맞으니 야잖아. 그래 셈코랑까지도 들이 다 남갔다 서 하고나 다 랑가 하고성 시소 일라야 말이 일라불 양을 요들라불 양을 메들라불 직접 랍톡 말이 나삼 제메 사지에 나삼 제메 제리 용좀에 랑 하고야 돼요. 그래서 소소랑 이 시주에 봐서 이 시대 어디 가지 요래 가지고 소리 내 빠야 요래 마음빠 요래 다다 요래 내가 파철기야 요 말이지 강이 좀 맞지 파셔야 요 말이지 제시양매가 다대 놀지 장 당내 놀지 대 다른 사람들이 하고서는 놀지 장 아들 강했더니 시야무도 기야무도 됐다 대하고 그랬더니 우미 이는 팔렸더니 강을 만들면 세트 하고는 롱렉 뛰는 바로 우미 따와지.
And so then both kinds of unawareness are the basis for the delusion of all beings. Through Gunto Sangpo's prayer, may all you beings wandering in samsara clear away the dark fog of unmindfulness, clear away the clinging thoughts of duality. May you recognize your own intrinsic awareness. This clear away, the mind it also can have a different meaning, and that is, for example, imagine there's an earthquake. If there's a very strong earthquake, then instantly everyone's mind will be very clear. Immediately we will think, what shall I do? What can we do? So immediately there will be clarity. And in that moment of clarity, you should look at that clear mind. And that happens often when fear arises. It leads to a state of mental clarity. For example, when there is an earthquake. So if the mind is clear, then you think that the body will die, but the mind cannot die. If I have the karma to die in the earthquake, then I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do about it. And if I do not have the karma, I will not die. There are many stories about people who have survived and who were found under the rubble after an earthquake. So it's all determined by karma. So this awareness, it is this clear awareness that will not die, that will always remain. Even though the body dies, this clear awareness will always remain. So may you recognize your own intrinsic awareness. At a moment of mental clarity, you should look at your mind. When you look at your mind, there is a clear knowing capacity there. There is something that clearly knows. And yet it is empty. That is, there is nothing there at all, just like space. If you think that it exists, you won't find it. You can't point at it with your finger and so on. It is said that even the Buddhas have not seen it. But also you cannot say that it doesn't exist because it is the very basis of all phenomena in samsara and nirvana. This is how it is explained in the general Dzochen teachings. So do not grasp at either existence or non-existence. Do not grasp at anything whatsoever. So when you meditate, it is Similar as during the third empowerment the other day. That is, in the third empowerment, we are introduced to the illustrative wisdom. And basically, we are introduced to the nature of the mind through different means. We are introduced to the nature of mind through anger, for example, or by looking at the nature of these three instances that we mentioned, or according to the system of logical reasoning, the Madhyamaka, we are introduced to the nature of the mind through different scriptures that explain valid cognition and so forth. And so, for example, in there it says, when you look at outer phenomena and objects and you see them, then naturally you feel that this is real. We have this mind that thinks that's real, there is something there. So that is what we call this kind of valid cognition. We think that something is valid. And actually, we have to look into that further. So you look at a person, another person, and you think that's that person. The person is real. The person is not actually real. You are looking at the person's body. Is the person's body really who the person is? It is not. The body will perish. And then where is the person? Then the person is the mind. So then you look at your own mind. You can't see the mind. So then you look at the mind again and again. There's nothing there to be seen, but there are some people who believe that things really exist, like this life and everything is real. And actually, when you really look into that, there is nothing whatsoever that really exists. It really is all like space. And then when you recognize that, you know, I was mistaken for believing that things are really existing things. And then other people who have some practice in emptiness, they claim that nothing exists. There is no mind, there is no karma, no past and future lives. There's nothing exists. And that's also a great mistake, because there still is this subtle underlying consciousness that develops thoughts and afflictive emotions, which accumulate karma, which cause the mind temporarily to be like an ice block, creating the 6 realms of samsara. There is bodhicitta that creates the rainbow-like form of the Buddhas. So believing that things really exist is confusion, and believing that they do not exist is also confusion. And that is what the Madhyamaka teaches. The instruction is, in brief, do not develop any thought. Mind should look at mind directly. Allow your mind to settle in a natural state without grasping at anything whatsoever, without any thought whatsoever. And then what is the experience of that? It is like space. But there is also clear knowing. You clearly know, you are aware of the space-like nature. You know yourself. And it's something that you can't actually express to others. You can't tell others really about it. Because if you were to express something verbally, words put us into the confines of existence or non-existence. There's no other way. When we speak of anything, we either speak of it in affirming or negating ways. But the nature of mind is, as the Buddha said, it is inexpressible, beyond words and thoughts. It is something that you experience yourself, you know, but you cannot express that, you cannot share that, you cannot express it in words. So that is the self-knowing, intrinsic awareness that is the scope of primordial wisdom. And so when did it all start? It has always been there in the past, and in the future it will always be there, and it's here now. It is never born, and it will never die. It transcends birth and death. Therefore, its nature is Vajradhara. That's the real Vajra. So when you recognize that essence of the mind, that is Vajradhara. And so according to the way of understanding that of the Madhyamaka, the middle way, we realize the mind by not the nature of the mind, by not grasping at anything whatsoever. And then you look at the thought-free state and you recognize the nature of the mind.
너는 책 조 니서 전부 시바 당제도 니 다들 나기 일이 살에 이 세나 나도 샤는 잠을 들어 무보던 심하지들에 니지 샤는 거래 니잖아 나 간사 핀수 니 남도 때 이 세나 때 이랑 세나 때네 그래서 심기 시바데 시바 당나 나도 탐지가 나도 탐지가 참선아 내반가 망방 맞겠더니 반이 동상 계속 반으로 요래 그래서 하고래 갑더니 딱 깨더니 남카도 ጭ바 직장 세 남카도 남 세고 남카니가 딱 ጭ바 직장 차용 거래 그래 양도 고민대 유는 못 되잖아 다 내탑 거래 유는 못 내도록 까지 딱 깨던 거더니 오 나를 다 셈 남카는 이로로 없어 남카라 강자 세나 배나 남카지 들어가지데 야 법안이나 법안이 남 동반이를 법 차서 동반이 가서 되나 님도 없어 얘는 고아 같은 데라고 되잖아 이 노아 같은 데 양대 다니 뭐 속죄로 가서 남도 ramjin ka de te ka no atni ramji ge ti de le so de sem chowa 하장 대화 연구요래 대화 감다 니지메 가 차야 되는 밤에 가까 용화들 고민들 양도 연구에 고아지가 님도 다 출라 용화들만 용을 양도 인지 연구요래 고아게 되니 에도 하고는 돈나 니서 저 시바 당제 다 가디나 다지니 전면지 강나 매참하게 납시대 다시 받은 거 어찌 말이지 얘네마다 또 어찌 말이지 그래서 좀 매번 납시다 세상으로 봐도 말람까니 하고 말람까니 납시된 로도 납시대가 내가 제가도 없어 그래서 납시된 거 딱게들 류도 저거요 말이 여러 소화돼도 같이 좀 용도 없어 다 점을지 말람 줄이지 나로 줄거든요 점을 가래 단체는 말람 먹을 그때 점을 루메나 요 상태를 소화하면 야레 소화도 막 차를 용도 사 니스도 봐봐 당지는 나들이 니지면은 그니 말람 먹네 됐다 말람 나오네요 니지메 버센트가 말람이 받지 갖고 서고를 때 양대도 겁나 됐다 다음 갖고 연락하다 고아 같더니 고아 용왕을 들지 니디지 라타고 그래 다다문에 니디메도 없어 니메도 없어 이걸 하고 나더니 계속 조상 계속 같은 사지 무슨 거요래 니디지 상소나 얘도 생나가다 왜 자꾸 요래 나 통통 나가다 하마고나 양당양도 공원을 생나가다 왜 이제 처음 들어가면 딱 깨달라 다 쳐요 하고 말 남지 진짜 딱지 맞다는 데니 sen 남지가 나빠다 왜 차디요래 똑똑 떨어 양처럼 거요래 있었던 시바 당지 척대 양당양도 도 공자한테 양당양도 공고를 했어
So it says, clear away the clinging thoughts of duality. So this is a very important term here. This clear away duality. So it's all kinds of appearances manifest because we grasp at a dualistic existence of self and other. And so due to that, we develop all kinds of thoughts and emotions, and we hold whatever appears to us as truly existing. So look at that mind, the clear awareness that experiences it all. When you look at clear awareness, when all thoughts have ceased, what is that experience? What is that mind? Sometimes when you meditate, naturally, thoughts come to an end. All thoughts stop and no future thought arises yet. When you experience this state in between the thoughts, past and future thoughts, there is this empty, completely empty expanse. And that might be experienced for just an instant, just a moment. And in that moment, you clearly know, even if it is a very short moment. But in that moment, when you really look at the mind in that moment, then you gain the experience of the outer space actually merging with the inner mind. The experience is that there's not the slightest difference between the outer space and the inner mind. It all merges into one. And then that experience goes away. So you have to habituate to that over and over again for a very long time until you are able to remain within this thought-free state for a long time. And at that time, when you then look at the mind, then you really understand the space-like nature, the non-dual nature of the mind. For example, you have two vases that are empty. So you have two vessels, and the inner emptiness of both vessels is the same. So when the vessels break, then where is the emptiness then? Then there is no other emptiness. There is no duality. It all is actually one. So based on this example, we can gain an understanding on how it is. And once we have understood how it is, we have to also put that into practice and experience it again and again, especially when thoughts and emotions arise. Then when you just sustain that state of recognition, sometimes you come just naturally. Naturally, there is this experience that is thought-free, that doesn't grasp at anything. And then what remains is just this very blissful, very pleasant feeling in the mind. And that bliss is the bliss of non-duality. And so that needs to be habituated again and again. First, we need to understand non-duality. We need to really be clear on what that means. And then we have to practice it and experience it again and again. And in this way, then, the clinging thoughts of duality are cleared away. For example, you have this room filled with people, you think there is self and other, but all of our consciousness, in essence, is the same. The consciousness of an animal is also the same, or of a being without a body, like a bardo consciousness of someone who has passed away, is the same. Or, for example, at night when you are dreaming, your consciousness engages in various activities in the dream, and there is a perception of a body in the dream when actually there is no real body in the dream. There is no actual body, but the experience is that of an actual body. The experience is exactly the same. So in the 6 yogas of Naropa, we train in that in the context of the illusory body and the dream yoga. In the dreams, we experience an illusory body. There is no body in the dream, but the mind thinks that there is a body. So there is a body experience due to the habitual imprints in the mind. And so these are these dualistic tendencies that are, or clinging thoughts of duality that must be cleared away. And when they are cleared away, then one will also recognize the dream state, for example. So this is something that is right now very difficult to do now we understand that. And then we have to train, we have to practice and meditate on our understanding again and again until there is no more dualistic grasping whatsoever, until you realize there is really no separation. And even if that just happens for one moment, it is that in an instant, beings can be completely enlightened. And in that instant, when you look at your mind, you are seeing the actual Buddha. Then in that instant, there is no dualistic thought, and the mind is vast like space. That is the Buddha, and it can be experienced for just a short while. So therefore, it needs to be habituated to through practice. And then eventually, through habituation, the mind is then experienced as a naturally pervasive space like nature. Naturally, because once you start analyzing it, once you begin to think, how is it pervasive and so on, once you begin to analyze it, you are already confused, you're already grasping, and you won't really know it. So it happens naturally when you let go of all analysis, of all thinking, all grasping, and just let it be as it is. And then the space-like nature just reveals itself naturally. The moment you analyze, you become confused. So these words here, when you come to this point, and also in the meditation practice, clear away the clinging thoughts of duality. This verse is a verse you should read again and again and use it really for your meditation.
그때 니나니 다다다 같이 휴대 나타 줘봐도 지들 줘버려 있어도 몇시바 당지바 이 당아 마당 양당 양도 딱게 땅 들이다다 오면 다 저거 팽겨요래 저것도 뭐 다쌍 도는 막 뭐요래 뭐냐면 이것들이 변해 남이슬 학단 배워야 라마를 무치 모르나 라마지 다 하고 되오나 양로면 설비라 라지 때렸더니 하고야 요래 라를 빼서 말해 남이슬 하고 이제 봐서 아 때문에 나들이 양 남녀거든요 양당양도 건네 이 대식 좀 권하게 좀 되는 뒤에 센터도 주고 그래 좀더 남네 줘봐야 되네 아그 센터 따위 줘봐야 돼 센터 맞추고 바로 공부에 나와서 나나 그 야지를 너무 말해 센터 주디 방법 태기로 아니 님도 너 다른 사람들 다 주성나 다들 과학에서 다 줘봐야 되니 남이 제법까지 양당 양들도 봐 살우나 다를 때 랑치 지나 드니 나또 돌사와요 그랬나 니메와 시와티 고시를 때는 양당 나도 돌라와요 다시 대사티 아이티 니지 싶었다 야 나도 지금 좋았대 좋아 좋게 보지는 다들 니지 좀 마시라 다들 콩내리서 나문에 진짜 바지서 마시 바지 다서서 나도 싫다고요 말 공과 체잖아 그래 공고나 그래 공크리사비 그러다가 사축천도 만드나 네발 랩탑고요 말해서 그래 지금 보이고나요 사축천도 만드는 거리 나디지 시키요 말해 내가 세면 대로 도마도 저는 너무 그냥 나디지 내비 걸 počati 예를 들어 사축천도 제소라 이랑 것들이 그냥 저런 소리를 쳐야 내려가지 또 나와요 그래서 디스니 소자 남이 제거래 디스니 가서다 디서 빠라고 싶어서 인진 자를 셈 싸우て 나를 받쳐야 돼요. 빠리 용지 가려요. 르빠 되게 내지 메라 다 되지 그는 유모보다 기억나 바로 요상구나 매상구 말이 유모보다 제지 하고 그러다. 근데 유모보다에서 하고 그래. 이디 독보 탐지겠다. 바로 비시나 손이지 람지 셈이 샤요 그래. 그 말아 삼제데 다 인이 되지 빨리들이 나처럼 차용고 요래 이 나도 핵부서부터 돼 다시 나게 타 줄을 따라서니 되다 바로 보면 너가 싸운 거 요만 내가 통거 요래 너가 싸운 거 말이 이게 빠니 너무 받지 왜 시작부터 너무 받지 때지 하고나 나한테서 이지시고 나한테 대란 게 남이 제 역사제에
So these words are really actually most important when it comes to resolving the view. These are the most important words in this booklet. Clearing away the clinging thoughts of duality. So we should look at your mind again and again and see, have I cleared away those clinging thoughts of duality or not? And for that, actually, the Madhyamaka view is really very helpful. So here in that tradition, in the Madhyamaka tradition, we really think about the meaning of instructions of words and come to a conclusion. And that's very beneficial. Then there's another approach according to the practice blessing lineage. For example, it is possible that when if a disciple gives rise to devotion to a guru who has realized the view, then it is actually possible that through this, the disciple can naturally understand the view, the nature of the mind. Milarepa said that this is due to the practice blessing lineage. And then there's others who realize the nature of mind based on experience, meditation practice where they train their mind on an ongoing basis. And finally, as a result of long-term practice, the qualities inherent within Buddha nature will reveal themselves. It is because of Buddha nature that's already there that you will decide upon the nature of the mind. So it is said that until one has resolved the view that is free of all exaggerations or imputations and all denials or negations, until then one needs to engage in practice. And when you resolve the nature of the mind, one time, you know in that moment, there is no duality. So this is how you realize it based on an understanding. And that understanding then needs to be practiced continuously. You're practicing that state of non-grasping. And once you have understood non-duality, when a thought arises, you will remember non-duality, and then it is much easier to liberate that thought. And that is due to your habit of remembering non-duality. So you're forming a habit of always remembering that there is no separation between self and other. And if you form a habit of that, then when thoughts actually arise, it will be much easier to liberate them. And that is then actually a sign of someone who has no dualistic grasping. They are able to let go of whatever thoughts or emotions arise. So if there is dualistic grasping, on the other hand, a thought arises, and that thought leads to a very powerful feeling. And that feeling is based on your belief in the true existence of yourself and the other person. And because that belief in the dualistic existence of yourself and the other is very firm, you are not able to let go of the thought that arises, even if you have some experience with various meditation practices. There are, for example, some practitioners who do have some familiarity with meditation. They practice calm abiding, shamatha, and so forth. So you might have some experience with meditation, but if there still is this fundamental belief in there is an I and there is other, then you will never be able to overcome your thoughts. when it comes down to it. And that is why it is so important to cultivate bodhicitta. Because otherwise, even if your meditation is somewhat stable, if you do not cultivate love and compassion, self-grasping will not diminish. And if that does not diminish, dualistic thoughts will not diminish. And even if you gain a glimpse of the nature of mind for a moment, there still is self-grasping and all these habitual tendencies that will overpower the mind again. If you develop bodhicitta, then just naturally you see the nature of the mind, because the ice block is melting. And once the ice is melted, it's very easy to understand that its nature is actually water. And so until that is realized, we have to make an effort in practice. So then it says, may you recognize your own intrinsic awareness, which is this mind that does not cling to the thoughts of duality. It is Rigpa. And what's the quality of Rigpa? It is that there is no dualistic thought. And that means that even if an afflictive emotion arises, there is no grasping at it at all. So there is no thought about the other person who is triggering the affliction. There is no thought about it is like that or it's not like that. You simply directly recognize this affliction. There's only recognition. If one's habit of dualistic grasping is very thick, then immediately you will begin to think that's him and me, and he's doing this to me and saying that to me. So immediately the mind becomes solidified like an ice block due to this underlying thought of a self-other duality. And that is the reason why we are never able to let go of our thoughts and afflictive emotions, even if we recognize them. So this is how we practice from this perspective. We first resolve the view, and once we have resolved the view, which is the view of non-duality, then when something arises, you don't look at the other person, you don't even think about it. You see it, you know what's happening, but there is no thought about it. There is no thought of affirming or negating. There is no thought whatsoever. There is just a single pointed recognition of the affliction arising in your own mind. And then you are able to let it go. So therefore, this ability of letting go of the afflictions, therefore, is a sign of not grasping at those dualistic thoughts of self and other. So this is, by understanding this, we can measure our own level of practice and see where we are at.
이 달아서 왔더니 동행 연구에 그 강신바 요것에 통도들이 그걸 다 치고 제가 양미체는 너그 배세서 이제 상하면 너무 탑 양성을 상거리 라가 사이서 나는 그냥 너 봐요 말 저들 좀 맞지 지내서 지내잖아 땅아 지내서 이 지내는 거 맞지 지내잖아 다 이거 말 때가 양상할 지자 초 이제 중초 저거 좀 가래 사이서나 얘는 용말 용지나 되지 뭐 초봐 나디 나연서 봐 나란데요 나란디 팽요 삼산이네 이제 나산 제발이 달아 잘 생리고 생리 차지나 이제는 말안 모르지 달아디 냥도 요바나게 초와지 내가 하잖아요 그 요래 예를 들더니 너 용가다 사백이도 다들 책들나기 그래서 다 강심마도 저거죠 나 뻑을 빼시봐도 하지 내에다 또 강발 빼시봐도 강발도 수비 좀 맞춰도 이 힘바대 무슨 이 힘바대 들다 피남 피 이거 누바마도 피바요 말이 빼라 이 누바 서로 싸고 다음에 이제 힘바대 같이 거예요 오 힘바대 하고서 사나 이런 거 롱주 쪽이요 롱주 쪽이요 나양 생부 힘바대 다고 야 터도 왜 야서 그 말이 내가 다고 자면 매체 좀들 나를 좋아라서 가 누바게 양물이 제일 맞다 말이 사실 나를 또 가나로 강화가리나 제일 맞다 말이 이러 하고 강의 시바요 가서 다 무지고서 영착부도 배동서
And then it says, dualistic thoughts create doubt. From subtle attachment to this dualistic turn of mind, dualistic tendencies become stronger and thicker. So once there is a dualistic perception, there are dualistic, when we perceive a duality, then doubts always naturally arise. There's always this sort of feeling of indecisiveness. You can't decide on anything. You're not so sure about anything. So doubt is always somewhat there. And actually, of the seven concepts of ignorance, that's actually the worst. And so then it says, food, wealth, clothes, home, and friends, the 5 objects of the senses, and your beloved family, all these things cause torment by creating longing and desire. Also in the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says, whenever you, it is like when you're meeting pleasing sense object, you should see it like a beautiful rainbow in summertime. When you encounter a pleasing sense object, some kind of thing that you think is wonderful, then normally you would feel that this is so nice, this is most precious. And when you think in this way, your mind has already become one with that object. So that is attachment, this longing and desire, clinging attachment. And that is what causes a lot of harm, clinging attachment. So the object itself doesn't cause harm if you are content with its absence too. You can think that it is nice, but it's also okay if it's not there. But clinging attachment is when you feel that I can't be without it. It has to be there. I like it so much. And then the objects of our attachment are food, wealth, clothes, home, and friends, and so forth. Anything that we think is so precious, that is what is really causing us a lot of harm. When we think that something is very precious, or we think that it's good for our body and so on, we are actually merging our mind with it. are becoming one with that. And then when we die, the consciousness will go there instantly. So it is actually said that after death, the consciousness goes first to the object of one's greatest attachment. And as a result of that, one then is born as some kind of a spirit, like a hungry spirit, and so forth. Therefore, it is said, give up whatever you are attached to. It is the attachment that we have to an object or something that we consider very precious. That is what really harms our practice. But then the Vajrayana actually also has a method for that, and that does not then require the abandonment of the object. And so in the Vajrayana it says that if you sustain the clear vision of the deity, then the enjoyment of sense objects actually causes no harm. For example, if you sustain awareness of Tara or Chenrezig, a confidence of I am Chenrezig, then there is no concept of a self. And when there is no concept of a self, according to the Vajrayana, it is actually permissible to enjoy any of the sense objects, to wear jewelry, and so forth. And so the reason for that, the reason why it is permissible is because you are sustaining a pure perception, the clear vision of the deity. And being the deity, there is nothing wrong with partaking of the five sense objects. The reason why it is often prohibited is because of our attachment to the I, this concept of me. You're thinking that I have this object, I own this, or this is good for me, and so on. So you're connecting this I with this object, and you're forming habitual patterns in your mind. And then these patterns also manifest in your dreams. You then have various dreams of that object of attachment and very strong feelings related to it. And that is extremely harmful when it even appears in your dream. So whatever we are attached to, we have to give up that attachment. So some people are attached to their children, or some people are attached to, they say, I'm so attached to my house, or my friend, my companion. Whatever you're attached to, it is like you're becoming one with them, like you're merging with them. And that is the clinging attachment that needs to be recognized. And then you should ask, is this of any benefit or not? And then you find that actually it only causes harm. There is no benefit in clinging to these objects of desire at all. There's only harm. And that is really a very important point, because if you understand this point, then you can still enjoy any of the sense pleasures, the sense objects, but without attachment to them. And that actually also follows some logical reasoning when you think, even though you are attached to something, if you think about it, can you always keep that object of attachment? You clearly can't. Everything is impermanent, and also depends on karma. Things are destroyed, they disintegrate, sometimes due to fire or wind, for elements or anything else. Everything that is compounded is by nature impermanent and subject to disintegration. And in the end, we will have to let it all go, whatever it is, whether it is our companion or our wealth, our house, food, whatever it is. It all is a compounded phenomenon and therefore impermanent. So in the beginning here, when we read that, we should recognize, first we have to recognize our attachment that we have towards these objects.
저를 때는 삼재 섞고 요래 대낭이 되니 또 때를 때는 다지야 하마가 파마마지 바면 사족선 삼바도 제가 토보거리 도서 못하게 제가 나디메가 척발이나 제일 나 토보서 제일 차도 제거리 대마치 제 척발 중을 예래가 사빈이 담절했더니 서버도 취도 좋고 탐지들이 다니 종대들이 사제 고방 맡아봐도 지원이 지라고 쳐도 좋고 그래 사빈이 그다니들이 이제 삼제가 열래 들이 쪼그나게 소리 제동진번 제로 대해서 빠원 칸로지만 마시네 뭔가 차도 지바데 마트버 거론 토로샤자 일 탁바도 취지 좋고 탐지래这多他们上这个县里的养到天的这样子到国家，甚至们对不送啊的来个来派用了这让个做这上这是到国家，养到上这天做的300县里这到国来的。
The 5 objects of the senses and your beloved family, and so especially now this beloved family or our companions, we have various companions in this life, Dharma, spiritual companions, and also worldly companions. And so we can be with companions, but without attachment. So it doesn't mean that we leave the companion, but the companion actually then becomes a support for us to develop more love. So through your companion, you remember the quality of love again and again, and in this way love increases. So through the companion, love increases. And then also you reflect that in previous lives, all beings have been like that. All beings have been my parents and so forth. So these kind of positive companions that we have are our support to develop bodhicitta, love and compassion, without self-grasping. Because if you become attached to the person, and you kind of claim ownership, you cling to them as yours, then that will lead to jealousy and other difficulties, and that's the fault of attachment. So relations can also be free of that, and there is only pure love. And in that way, one becomes each other's spiritual companion, and a spiritual companion is one that you then encounter in all lifetimes. Until you attain enlightenment, they will be your spiritual companion. So they are your support to develop love. In the third practice, it said, I openly confess that I have not recognized my loving friends and companions as dakas and dakinis, and instead developed jealousy towards them. So I openly confess that. So those companions, you should remember the good qualities again and again, seeing them as your support to develop bodhicitta. And if things go wrong in the future and you separate, then that is also karma. But most important is that you do not lose your love for them, and that you remember love and their qualities again and again. So these kind of positive companions, they are your support to develop bodhicitta.
Now we're going to do dedication, page number 8. Dorje janje darlo naro da marba mala juje gambo ba amo draba jarawa dragomba kaje lamana taye yo sona de tamje zegban imbe dana vanze de Yega namja balon doba Maje Bana Je Je Ba Nyamba Me Ba Ya Kone Gonda Be Ba Yo Lama Gunga Zang So Wan De Jo De Ge De Ren Wa So Wan De Tele Dar Gen Je Ba So Wan De Lama Dan Da Wa Me Ba Zen Je Lo Jam Ba Ba Ve Je Kanda Zambo De Yan De Gen De Da Gen Je Je Za Da La Je Ge Wa Da Da Dan Je Ram Dung O San Je Ge Za Nyem Je La Da Je Nyem Men Je De Be Je La Da Gen De Me Zen De Be Je La Ja Che De Ye Mo Lan De Ba Yo Da Dan Gun De Dan Je Je Tu Sam De Sak Ba Da Yu Be Ge Be Za Wan De Da Dan Sem Je Dam Je Nyer De La Na Me Yang Dao Ba Zo Ba Zan Je Ram Bo Tho Ba Je Je She Za Gun Za Gun Je 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 Den Je Ne De Gong Ba Ren Je Ba De Je Da Ba Sen De Ba She De De Zang Gong Zen Ju Je. Now long praying English, page number 13.
Number 13. For this realm, encircled by snow-covered mountains, you are the source of every benefit and bliss without exception. Tenzin Gyatso, you who are one with Avalokiteshvara, may you remain steadfast until samsara's end. You are the embodiment of all the precious ones. You, a great being, are the holder and promoter of the teachings of the Shakya Lion. Your perfect actions are for the liberation of sentient beings. May you, the Chetsun Lama, whose enlightened activities are spontaneously present, live long. Precious holder of the triple gem of Drikung, who preserves the indisputable practice of the profound Dharma, who has realized the sublime truth which reveals peace and illumination, may you, who relieve the suffering of limitless beings, live long. The one known in the Holy Land as Arya Deva, emanated into the Gar clan of eastern Tibet as Chidingpa, the heart son of Chikden Gompo, may the life of glorious Garchen remain steadfast for 100 aeons. In this age of strife and the victor's teaching faces hardship, through his powerful Vajra-like conduct, he takes on himself the heavy responsibility of the unbiased teaching. May Garchen, the son of the teachings, live long. You who are richly endowed with the glorious wealth, knowledge, who through reflecting and meditating have actualized the self-aware absolute reality and shine with the 100,000 light rays of ethical discipline of the Buddha Dharma, may you, Khenchen Ratna Dwaza, live long. You possess the repository of the essence teachings of the past supreme siddhas. You, the precious Gonchok, are the refuge of all beings. You are the treasure trove of all the wish-fulfilling Norbos. Druvang Goncho Norbo, I supplicate you. Throughout devotion, virtue, and excellence, and the vast power of the three roots and Dharma protectors, may the life of the Lama, the glorious protector, hold steadfast. May the Lama's enlightened activities unceasingly flourish throughout the 10 directions. Your 1,000 arms are the 1,000 Chakravartin kings. Your 1,000 eyes are the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate era. I prostrate to the Venerable Chenrezig, who shows whatever is needed to subdue those to be subdued.
Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.